A new tornado warning has been issued for Briscoe, Floyd, Hall, and Motley County in Texas.
Well, guess what? We're starting off with a tornado down right now. I'm just going to bring you right to it. This is south of Silverton, Texas. We have a tornado in progress now from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. I'm just going to give you the full screen. And again, this is going to be a tornado in progress now. This is south of Silverton and the western portions of West Texas. This is going to be a tornado down from a thunderstorm. This is going to be across Highway 207, not all that far north of South Plains by about 4 miles. So this is a tornado that is down right now. West Texas, this is a good, about 50 miles northeast of Lubbock, moving off to the southeast at 15 to 20 miles an hour. As you can see there, that is your tornado. So we're looking, at this point, this is going to be about not all that far south of Silverton, but moving away from Silverton, about 12 miles southwest, south of Silverton, about 15 miles southwest of Kittikay, or about 10 miles northwest of Cedar Hill in West Texas. We have two Cedar Hills, not the one in Dallas County. This is the one in out towards Motley County into portions of Hall, Floyd, and Briscoe County. So again, there's your tornado from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. You can watch his live video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Let's go ahead and get you on to the radar. We're going to make sure we keep a close eye on that as well. But again, this is a thunderstorm that has a confirmed tornado on it. We're showing you that live right now here on the Texas Storm Chasers. And this is going to be, again, about 15 miles southwest of Kittikay, moving southeast. This will stay south of the city of Turkey, well south of Silverton, north of Floyd data, and this is a confirmed tornado. As you can see, that funnel reaching all the way down towards the surface at this point from the cloud base, allowing you to see, yes sirree, we do have a tornado in progress. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Good afternoon. We begin with a confirmed tornado. At this point, we're going to is with this thunderstorm. We'll go back to radar so I can give you a good representation of where this is. The only tornado warning we have in the state of Texas at this point. Make sure we're good to go. So, with that being said, again, you can see we've got a tornado in progress south of Silverton, north of Floydada. Both towns are fine from this. Neither storm is going to be impacted. Well, neither town is going to be impacted by this storm. All right, let me make sure, check our notes here, make sure we're good to go with audio, since I know audio and I always have fun. No audio. Okay, when I show Adam's feed, you can't hear anything. Good to know, thank you. I can fix that now so it's not an issue. I'll do that right now. All right, so again, you can see what was, what is, and well, Looks like that tornado has occluded. So, real quick, let me go ahead and we're going to put his screen full screen again. I just want to see if the audio is working now. It should be. And if not, well, we'll go back over to the radar. All right, so y'all let me know there in that chat. And assuming I fixed it, we're good to go. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Good afternoon. We just watched a tornado from the Texas Storm Chasers and Adam Lucio, about 10 miles south of Silverton in the panhandle of Texas. That's moving off to the southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Eventually, this is going to probably be an issue for the city of Matador once again. Y'all are definitely no stranger to dealing with tornadoes. We dealt with a tornado warning a few nights ago, and of course, we dealt with that very significant tornado 2 summers ago. All right. So, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Again, we just showed you a live tornado here south of Silverton, north of Floyd Data. This is in West Texas, about 50 miles northeast of Lubbock. This thunderstorm is going to be moving off to the southeast towards, generally, Motley County. That could impact the city of Matador. Now, we're still quite a ways away from that being an issue for Matador. The storm's only moving at about 20 miles an hour, and it's still a good 30 to 40 miles away from Matador. So, that would still be a good hour and a half to 2 hours. Now, let's make sure we're not missing anything. We've got storms that are going up from near Stinnett to Borger. Those could be hailers. And we're going to be watching these other storms as well. We've got a storm coming up from the southwest near Floyd-Dita. We've got another storm southwest of Rawls. These storms are moving off to the east mostly at about 20 miles an hour, but the storm southeast of Silverton's moving off to the southeast. Down the Permian Basin we go. We've got a severe storm on Highway 385 north of Gardendale. This is going to be north of Highway 158, moving off to the northeast. That's a pretty good hailer there. That could eventually be an issue for areas south of La Mesa. This is not an issue for Odessa or Midland. Down in the Pecos area, or the Pecos area, the Fort Stockton area, we've got our daily storms, but none of those are currently producing significant severe weather. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I'm going to pull up some stuff here. Let's go ahead and take a look at East Texas, Southeast Texas. And again, for those joining us on various streams, I just want to give a shout out here for a second and say thank you kindly for your super chats, your stars, your merch purchases, and donations. You can do all that. Merch, donations if you care to do so. TexasStormChasers.com/store. And I just want to say thank you. It's, not something we expect, but we know folks do it. And just want to thank you all while we can for a minute. We do have a severe storm east of Henderson now. That's moving off towards Carthage, Tipson, Nacogdoches. That line of storms moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour with the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, heavy rain, and small hail. Extending back southwest, we're going to make sure we have nothing going on down here. I do know we have a line of storms extending down Highway 59, west of Lufkin, Corrigan, just west of Livingston, back southwest to Conroe to Brenham. These storms are not severe, but they are moving off to the southeast with the threat of some strong wind gusts, heavy rain, and some small hail. These could make it into Houston by 8 p.m. At this point, the only severe storm down here in the eastern southeastern part of the state is from Nacogdoches up to Henderson. To be severe, you need to have wind gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher, quarter-size hail or larger, that's 1 inch in diameter or larger, and of course a tornado. Well, I don't think we're going to get tornadoes out of this. Hail threat's pretty low, potential for some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So that is what's going on down there in southeast Texas. We're here right now because we have a tornado warning for this thunderstorm that is well north of Floyd-Data by about 15 miles. It's east of Highway, what is that, 207 now? moving southeast. This could eventually be an issue for the city of Matador in about an hour and a half by 8 p.m. So we're going to need to keep a close eye on that. And again, that is a severe thunderstorm that has a history of producing a tornado. You watched it live here on the Texas Storm Chasers and the Texas Weather Center YouTube channels, Facebook, all that. For those of you interested in watching the live storm chasing video individually, you can do that. TexasStormChasers.com, the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, and Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube. You can even listen to their chaser audio if you prefer that over good old Baldy-in-Chief. And again, you can do that at the aforementioned locations. Otherwise, we're going to keep streaming live severe weather coverage here as well. All right, I need to make sure we are all set in regards to having this on the blog and app. We don't, so I'm going to take care of that real quick. And for those of you wondering what's going on in your part of the world, you can watch our interactive, well, you can view interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've also got a live stream of the entire state, warnings, etc. at texasstormchasers.com/live, and you can watch that feed. That'll give you all the audio warnings and a statewide view of what's going on here. So, all right. I just need to pop this up to the top. And again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We're monitoring a severe storm capable of producing a tornado about 15 miles northeast of Floydada out here in West Texas. This storm is going to stay southeast of Silverton, southwest of Kittikay, southwest of Turkey, north of Floydada. Oh. So, what we're going to do... All right. Sorry, I was talking, then I stopped. I'm multitasking. All right, so those of you in East Texas, Southeast Texas, we do have a line of storms. At this point, that line of storms is not doing anything particularly nasty besides some strong winds, some heavy rain. But it will continue moving east-southeast over the next couple hours at about 30 miles an hour. So, be ready in Houston in the next hour, hour and a half for the potential of some heavy rain, strong wind gusts, and maybe a little bit of hail in addition to quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. Back west across the state, in fact, here, let's just do this. I'm going to press some buttons, and we're just going to give you a statewide view. This storm northeast of Floydada is over rural areas. At this point, we do not have a tornado down. It roped out several minutes ago, but this will give you an idea of what we're dealing with across the state right now. We've got that line of storms across eastern portions of Texas, and we have scattered to isolated storms in western parts of the state. Those storms in the eastern part of the state are moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour with localized damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, maybe some small hail. They'll make it into Houston by 8 p.m. Those of you across East Texas, same story. as we continue to deal with these thunderstorms. But most of the storms in East Texas are not severe in the sense of 60-mile-an-hour winds or higher, hail, or tornadoes. Back west in western Texas, that's not exactly the case. We've got a pretty nasty storm north of Odessa. We've got a thunderstorm with a history of producing a tornado now about 13 to 14 miles northeast of Floydada. And we have other thunderstorms that are materializing from just east of Lubbock, again, down into the Permian Basin. Most of those storms are moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. The storm north of Odessa is moving northeast pretty quickly. It's going to be moving up towards Patricia, maybe passing south of La Mesa, north of Midland. That storm will stay north of Midland. We've got a storm southwest of Floydada moving northeast towards Floydada that could have some hail. And then we've got that thunderstorm that is now southeast of Silverton by about 15 miles or 24 miles northwest of Matador. And that storm is moving off to the southeast towards Highway 70, White Flat, Flowmont, Cedar Hill, Texas, out in West Texas, and eventually Matador itself. That storm's moving southeast at 30. Otherwise, we also have a couple of storms up in the Panhandle. We've got one storm southwest of Spearman, north of Stinnett. Those could have some hail. And we've got a storm just south of Borger. Those are moving pretty slowly off to the east-northeast at about 10 to 20 miles an hour. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on those, and we'll continue to do so. But again, a lot of these storms this evening, the potential for hail. Now, the good news is I don't think we're going to have a big cluster of storms moving across the state tonight again, like we have the last few nights. It just doesn't look like that's going to be a thing. But we are likely going to see some storms in the eastern panhandle continue past midnight before moving into Oklahoma. All right. What I'm doing right now is I'm just looking at a couple of different things. My apologies for not chatting at times. I'm just trying to maintain some situational awareness. And again, we only have one storm capable of producing a tornado at this time in the state of Texas, and that's going to be the one about 45 to 50 miles northeast of Lubbock, southeast of Silverton by 15 miles, or about 25 miles northwest of Matador, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. All right, let me pop this out. All right, put this over here. Keep an eye on things. All right, so those of y'all asking about East Texas, we've got some storms with strong winds, heavy rain, small hail. Most of those storms are not what we consider severe. An exception would be the storms from near Nacogdoches up to east of Henderson, moving towards Carthage, Tenaha. Those storms do have the potential of producing strong winds over 60 miles an hour, which could bring down trees, power lines, etc. In fact, I'll just switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. We'll take a look. And again, you can see that pretty bowy segment out here on Highway 79. And the radar is detecting some winds out here up about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So those are going to be heading east on 79 towards Beckville, Tatum, Carthage. And again, those could be strong enough to produce gusts up to 60 miles an hour at times, with the potential of some very heavy rain, strong winds, etc. Otherwise, the only other storm capable of producing a tornado down here at the moment is actually up in Oklahoma. It's northeast of Woodward, Oklahoma. And this actually is a confirmed tornado west of Freedom, west of Highway 64. And this is what a very strong circulation looks like. You can see out here northwest of Freedom, Oklahoma, you got winds moving towards the radar at about 60. You got winds moving away at probably about 50. And again, there is a tornado out here. The Oklahoma TV stations have chasers out. They're streaming it right now. So that's going to be a tornado out west of Freedom, Oklahoma. Down here in Texas, we've got this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado across portions of, well, areas northeast of Floydada, northwest of Matador, and that process will continue over the next little while. So, with that being said, let's keep an eye on things here. We've got some of these other storms. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And what we're going to do is put a plot on the overall timing expected going into this evening and overnight. So we'll pull this over here, and we're going to change some upper third settings real quick, and we'll be good to go as soon as I remember how. All right, so we're going to press that. We're going to press that. We're going to look out. We're going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to press that. We're going to press that. And let's take a look over the next several hours across the state. Now, let's see how well this model's doing right now, because if it's doing poorly now, it's probably not going to be doing great later. So let's just go to 7 p.m. You can see it's doing all right, I guess. We'll load this model from 7 p.m. through, I'm just going to do 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll give it a second to load, and then we'll continue that process. So you can see East Texas, Southeast Texas storms do weaken pretty quickly later this evening. What we're going to have out in the Panhandle in West Texas over the next several hours, those storms west central Texas try to make a run at the big country, but they should be weakening or gone by 10 p.m. We're probably going to see some storms continue up in parts of the Panhandle a bit later this evening. There may be some storms through about midnight. Those will move into Oklahoma and weaken and dissipate. We do note a cluster of storms up here in, it looks like, eastern Colorado, western Kansas tonight, may make a run at the far northeastern Texas Panhandle tomorrow morning and blast south through Oklahoma. If that process materializes, I would not be shocked at all if that cluster of storms does what the one that hit North Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley did today, and continue and intensify going after sunrise tomorrow. So that cluster moving across western Oklahoma, if this is right at least, that might be an issue for northwest Texas, Texoma, and North Texas by late morning and early Friday afternoon, if that's what verifies. I'm not going to lie. The models have not done super duper well this week with this. It just depends where the storms upstream develop and which one of them decides to go into a long-lived cluster. And that's when we can literally throw model data out, look out the window and be like, oh, extrapolate it, hours down the line and be like, oh, here's where the cluster of storms is going to move. So let's get back to it as we now hit 6:36 p.m. Let's get back to the real-time radar. And again, I want to thank everybody for all the stars, all the super chats. If you want to buy merch, you can do that. TexasStormChasers.com/store. You can pick up some awesome gear like t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, bumper stickers, stuff like that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews and Martin County in Texas.
And that's what we're going to continue. Well, I was going to say, that's what we're going to continue to see. But no, we're going to continue to monitor these storms. You can see a pretty nasty storm southwest of Floydada. That's got some hail. That's moving towards Floydada right now, east of Petersburg. And then we've got this one storm that is capable of producing a tornado northwest of Matador, moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. We'll take a quick look at this storm northwest of Midland. And again, you can see this is going to be crossing highway, what is that, 176 east of Andrews, moving northeast, generally kind of towards La Mesa, and that could have some hail. So what we're going to do right now is, since we... Well, actually, no, we'll keep it here. I'm just going to drink some caffeine. Those of you just joining us, this storm we're watching did produce a tornado a bit earlier, north of Floydada, northeast of Lockney, south of Silverton. We streamed it live here on the Texas Storm Chasers. You can see that storm. That's what Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's looking at. In fact, if he gets a good view here in a minute, I'll be sure to show you. And it looks like he is. So he's looking out his window. You can see we have a new wall cloud. And this is going to be with the storm that is northeast of Floydada, moving southeast towards Matador at about 20 miles an hour. You can see your classic supercell structure there. We'll keep an eye on it and his stream. Here's the how hard it's raining mode on radar. And I'll go ahead and put some distance icons on here, just for reference. This thing is about 20 miles northwest of Matador. At present course and speed, it will be entering the city of Matador at about 7:40 p.m. Central Time. The potential for large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall. Looks like we've got a new hook echo starting to develop on the backside of this thunderstorm now. We'll turn that off. What we're looking at right there. We're keeping a close eye on Adam's feed. Let's go back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, the rotation not super strong right now on the radar, but it wasn't earlier either. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this thunderstorm as it continues to move off to the southeast. Otherwise, let's go back to East Texas, check on y'all. Things much more behaved out here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of strong winds. That's going to be from, let's just say Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, to Mount Enterprise, down to Nacogdoches on Highway 259. Capable of producing strong winds, heavy rain that may cause localized flooding, and maybe some small hail. This is not a tornado risk out here in East Texas. But again, you can see the radar detecting on the which way the wind's blowing mode. We're getting some winds out here of about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We could get a gust up to 60 miles per hour at times. Looking down the line, you can see Mount Enterprise to Appleby to Nacogdoches. It's storming right now. There may be some strong wind gusts, a lot of lightning, some heavy rain that may cause flash flooding, street flooding. Those storms are moving off to the east at 25 to 30 miles an hour. Across southeast Texas we go. You can see storms extend from Corrigan to Onalaska to Cold Spring to Conroe to Magnolia to Prairie View. These storms moving southeast, probably at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. We could have some wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour, so it's definitely going to be breezy. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail. These will be in Houston by 8 p.m. Generally, we expect a weakening trend, but we'll keep a close eye on it as the line of storms continues to move off to the southeast. Back in the Permian Basin we go. You can see storms about to cross Highway 176, several miles east of Andrews. In fact, I'll just put a distance on here. Hail core is a good 6 miles east of Andrews, and that's about as close to town as it should get. This will be then kind of paralleling the highway coming southwest out of La Mesa. And eventually, those of you on 87 near La Mesa, northwest of Ackerley, may have some hail to deal with. This storm probably has the potential of golf ball size hail as it moves off to the northeast at about, well, they've got to move in at 25 miles per hour. Again, the storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas definitely have the potential for some nasty hail. All right, let us go back up into West Texas. And thank you, Samantha Dolson, for that super chat. That was a very generous donation. Thank you kindly. And we hope y'all in the chat will likewise thank her. All right, let's take a look at these storms. Notice we're starting to get some storm development all the way from northeast to Seminole, west of O'Donnell, north of Tahoka, there on 87, mostly south and east of Lubbock, which is good for those of you in Lubbock. Shower going up in Rawls, and then we've got this storm near Floydada, south of Floydada. That's moving up into Floydada right now with the threat of some flash flooding, heavy rain, hail. Those of you northwest of Matador, you've got a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Now, here's something fun. This is the Texas Tech mobile radar. This is that big old Doppler on wheels. In fact, there's two radars. You can see right there, that's both the Texas Tech's radars. You can see, well, that radar not pulling off the road quite nicely, but that's okay. So, you can see, there were two of the mobile radars from Texas Tech. Those are the ones that get up right next to the tornadoes and the storms and get you the very high acuity, low-level radar scan. We'll go back to the radar here. And again, Adam is repositioning to get out ahead of this storm, which also has a history of producing tennis balls. Now, let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. And it's moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. (15 to 20), which means as it continues to do so, those of you in Matador, this will probably be in or near town by about 8 p.m. You can see about maybe 5 miles northwest of Matador at 7:43. So, nice in terms of giving y'all a good heads up. Now, as you can see, the National Weather Service has let that tornado warning expire. So we have no tornado warnings in Texas right now. So what we're going to do is, if you're watching us on Facebook and X, we're going to go ahead and turn the coverage off for now, but we're going to continue giving live coverage on our website, TexasStormChasers.com, the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can watch us right out of the app, and on YouTube, just search for Texas Storm Chasers or Texas Weather Center. You'll find us. You'll see a big old thumbnail with my ugly mug on it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
And that's what we're going to do right now. So here on YouTube, and we're going to be on YouTube, we're going to do now for a little while, since we've got some time and we're going to be watching these storms, is we're going to take about let's do a 12-minute break. So we're going to let the radar play, we're going to give you some music, and we're going to keep watching Adam's chase stream here as we continue to track the storms, and we'll be back with additional severe weather updates by 7 p.m. sooner if necessary here on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. So again, we'll be back here by 7 or sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson, Hutchinson, and Roberts County in Texas.
All right, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, 7 p.m. here on the 24th of April, 2025. We're monitoring 2 rounds of thunderstorms, one impacting parts of East Texas moving into the Piney Woods, Southeast Texas exiting the Brazos Valley, and a second round of isolated scattered severe thunderstorms impacting the eastern Texas Panhandle, areas east and south of Lubbock in West Texas, down into the Permian Basin to near Fort Stockton. As we like to do, let's start off. Let's go with the eastern stuff first. And I'll turn off satellite data so you can actually see a bit of this. Radar over the last hour, you can see we do have a line of storms from near Timpson to Nacogdoches, Lufkin, Corrigan, Livingston, Conroe, back southwest into southeast Texas, generally approaching at this point the area around Bellevue to north of Brookshire.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby County in Texas.
And with that thunderstorm activity in the line is going to continue moving off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. At this point, nothing in this line impacting east or southeast Texas is considered severe. To be severe, you need to have wind gust of 60 miles per hour or higher, technically 58 miles an hour, quarter-size hail or larger, that's 1 inch in diameter or larger, and of course a tornado. We have none of that with these storms moving across East Texas, Southeast Texas. We do have some strong wind gusts, 50 miles an hour at times. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. That's what makes a thunderstorm a thunderstorm. Heavy rain that could cause some street flooding, especially in urban locations, and maybe some very small pea-size hail. Nothing that is, considered severe at this point. So we do expect this thunderstorm complex will continue moving southeast, making it into the Houston metro over the next hour, bringing heavy rain and lightning to Houston and all of those around Houston. Same thing goes on the Texas-Louisiana border to Toledo Bend Reservoir. Y'all will be getting hit by this in the next 2 hours. Back west, you can see a couple of showers extending back along the outflow boundary, which is what this literally is. Leading edge of this line of storms, outflow boundary. A couple of storms trying to develop, but unsuccessfully back in central Texas around Austin, all the way to Mason and Brady. Nothing severe with that activity, just some brief heavy rain, pretty looking clouds, and, maybe some cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Otherwise, let's go back to West Texas. We're going to go south to north. As you can see, we've got storms from southwest of Fort Stockton to north of Midland now. The only storm in the Permian Basin that's considered severe is this storm now north of Midland. This will be crossing over Highway 176 right now. It's going to be moving up towards the general vicinity of La Mesa. So those of you on Highway 349 near Patricia, Highway 115 near Patricia, you could be getting large hail shortly, and then eventually the storm may make it up towards La Mesa. We do have a new thunderstorm quickly developing here on the west-north sides of Odessa. That could be going severe shortly with hail. In fact, it is. So those of you in Gardendale, north sides of Odessa near 158, a strong to now severe thunderstorm is developing just northwest and north of Odessa. That will continue moving off to the northeast. That should hopefully stay north of Midland unless the storm turns to the east, in which case Midland's going to be getting its annual baseball-sized hailstorm here in the next hour. Hopefully that's not the case. Otherwise, further north we go. What do we have? Who the heck knows? But we'll tell you because we actually do know, believe it or not. We've got a severe thunderstorm near Rawls. That's going to be from Lorenzo, just south of Lorenzo and Highway 62 to Rawls. That storm could be dropping golf ball to baseball size hail. That's moving to the east now. Hopefully that'll keep the hail core just south of Rawls and just south of 62, but it will be crossing Highway 207 several miles south of Rawls shortly. Previously tornado-warned storm northwest of Matador is now dropping softball-size hail. We have reports of hailstones up to the size of DVDs now, 5 inches in diameter. So again, that is 5 inches in diameter. That is giant. That is the size of a CD or DVD. A softball is 4 inches in diameter. So again, we've got softball to DVD size hail with this thunderstorm now about 15 miles northwest of
A
Matador.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. So those of you in Matador, you are under threat of nasty hail. And it's not out of the realm of possibility. This storm does attempt to, produce a tornado again. But its time seems to be running short as the storms near Rawls and Floydada are likely going to bring destructive interference to the low-level circulation of this thunderstorm and hopefully eliminate its tornado potential. Up here in the Panhandle, we've got a couple of severe storms now, technically by definition a few. We've got a storm east of Borger, we've got a storm northeast of Stinnett, and we've got a storm just north of Spearman. I've been in Spearman before. I gave a severe weather storm chasing safety talk there, probably at this point 7 or 8 years ago at the library in town. That was a fun experience. But Groover to Spearman, you could be getting hail right now. Could have hail northeast of Stinnett there on what highway is that? Highway 207, and then we could have some hail east of Borger. Those storms moving generally northeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Is Adam getting hit by hail? I can't tell. Looks like it based on the giant white things hitting the ground. And then it looks like we're going to have a storm north of Dalhart here shortly, crossing Highway 385 with hail. Let me show you what Adam's looking at. You could see a minute ago he was getting hit by some hail. I'm looking to see if we got any bouncing off the ground. You could see a few hailstones down. Well, you could a minute ago. You could see some hailstones on the ground. We'll keep a close eye on that. But for now, let's go ahead and go back to the statewide view, and we're going to show you what we expect to happen overnight into the morning hours Friday. And to do that, we're going to load the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Let's see what this model shows. We're going to load it from 8 p.m. through, I'm just going to go through 10 a.m. tomorrow.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews, Ector, and Midland County in Texas.
That thing's actually getting a really strong circulation again. I was about to end this stream. That's not going to happen now. All right, so here's what the HRRR is going to show for the remainder of this evening. And they did just issue us, you're going to want to look at Lubbock's warning. They just issued a 5-inch hail warning for DVD size hail. So, I've only seen that maybe 3 times before, but the Weather Service in Lubbock, and I'll show that in a minute, has just issued a warning for 5-inch diameter size hail. That's the size of a DVD. Holy moly guacamole. That is insane. Okay, so here's what the HRRR shows. Those storms East Texas, Southeast Texas die off this evening. I'll put the timestamps on there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
And here you can see those storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas do die off by about 11 p.m. to midnight. The overall severe weather threat for y'all decreasing already. Boy, it has a strong circulation. Back in Panhandle, West Texas, you can see we've got scattered storms continuing through maybe 10 to 11 p.m. before really dissipating. A quiet night expected across the state, with the exception of the northeastern Panhandle tomorrow morning, a line of storms rolling through. And then we may have some storms coming in from Oklahoma into the eastern Panhandle, northwest Texas, and Texoma around, 8 to 11 a.m. If this is right, a cluster of storms racing southeast across Oklahoma. We're going to have to watch North Texas for that, just in case we end up with some nastiness. With it. All right, so let's get back to the warnings. And I was talking about the rotation increasing on this storm. moving towards Matador. But again, here's something you don't see. Max hail size, 5 inches in diameter. Folks, that is not a baseball. A baseball is half the size of 5 inches.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford, Hutchinson, Ochiltree, and Roberts County in Texas.
You're looking at 5-inch diameter size hail. That is a softball, ladies and gentlemen. A softball's 4 inches in diameter. Guess what's 5 inches? A DVD and a CD, for those of you old enough to remember that. Otherwise, get out your ruler, measure 5 inches, and that's how much or how big the hail is coming out of this thunderstorm moving towards Matador. Folks, that's deadly hail. That is ginormous hail. That's the kind of hail that'll go through a roof. We are getting dangerously close now to having another tornado develop northwest of Matador, I think. Let's hear in a moment what Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew is saying.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews, Dawson, Gaines, and Martin County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Floyd and Motley County in Texas.
All right, we've got a tornado warning now. It's going to be for this cell northwest of Matador. We've got a pretty large funnel cloud being observed, and it's probably trying to go tornadic again. You'll see that warning pop up on your display here in a second. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. Some very strong rotation with this action. We've got winds moving towards the radar at Lubbock at about 60 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 50. So this is going to be a tornado warning now that does include the city of Matador. So we need folks in Matador to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we have what is probably going to be a tornado with this. And I'll show you some visuals in just a moment.
I'm going to go ahead and say, oh yeah, it's down. It's down. Definitely tornado on the ground. Big tornado.
Okay, so we've got a pretty sizable tornado down now northwest of Matador with this thunderstorm. I'm going to try to show you visuals if my computer technology will allow. Adam's playing in hail. And Facebook is trying to go down, which is knocking off. Wow. Adam just got 5.2-inch hail measured. Okay. Okay, Facebook Messenger is not working. I really would appreciate it if it would, so I could show this visual. But again, if you're northwest of Matador, or in the city of Matador, we have a confirmed tornado down now, a pretty large tornado. You can see, looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, some very strong velocities. It's going to be winds moving away from the radar in Lubbock at about 40, winds moving into it at about 70, so 110 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. And this is going to be now a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast at about 15 to 20. So those of you in Matador, west of Matador to Dougherty, White Flat, we need you to go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
I am just to the northwest of White Flat, Texas. Got a fairly large tornado in progress to my west. Beautiful supercell structure above. Hell of a time lapse I just got.
So that's Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. That's him reporting a fairly substantial tornado northwest of White Flat. And again, this is going to be a visual of that about 2 minutes ago. You can see fairly large cone tornado. I'll zoom in. Well, maybe not because Facebook is Facebook. But again, this is going to be the storm with a tornado. This is going to be about 13 to 14 miles northwest of Matador, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So those of you in Matador, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's see what Alex has to say.
Beautiful tornado. Wow, beautiful tornado.
And here is the tornado he's referring to. That's going to be your tornado about 15 miles northwest of Matador. And now I can zoom in. And there you go. It's pretty in a rural area, which is good. But again, this is live. In the last 60 seconds from storm chaser Alex Bartholomew. And let me get you another image here. Oops, I didn't like that. Well, I guess I'll just have to show you in a minute. But again, we are continuing to monitor data here with a confirmed tornado. This is going to be in eastern portions of Floyd County, moving into western Motley County. The good news is this is over rural areas for now. Let's see what Alex has to say.
Very strong motion. Very, very strong motion. Big tornado still in progress.
Okay, so you can hear that. That was Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. He's got the large tornado in progress. And it looks like we just got video from Storm Chaser Jenny Brown. I'm going to play that in just a minute. In fact, you can see the whole thing. There's your storm. There's your tornado right there, folks. You can see epic supercell structure with a large tornado under it. So there you go. This is in the last 2 minutes. Large destructive tornado out over rural portions of western Motley County under a supercell with epic structure. This is the kind of thing we'd love to see while storm chasing when it's out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, look at that structure. Look at all the features of that rotating thunderstorm, and then you have that wall cloud under it. Under the wall cloud, you have that large, damaging tornado. Fortunately, that tornado is over rural areas right now, but this is going to be a serious problem as it moves southeast towards Highway 62 and eventually towards areas west of Matador. Based on the current track and motion, I do believe this tornado will stay probably about 8 to 10 miles west of Matador as it moves off to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour. So that's the good news for Matador. But Matador, you could get some really big hail with this and the potential for some massive, very heavy rain and hail. So this is going to be a confirmed tornado. And again, we just showed you that video. We don't really need to show you the velocity, but here you go. You've got winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 95 miles an hour. You've got winds moving away from the radar at about 150 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. And again, this is a strong tornado, make no doubt about it. We're blessed that it's over rural areas, but we definitely want folks in western Motley County and far eastern Floyd County to be in a safe place for a large and destructive tornado. This destructive tornado is going to be 8 miles north of Dougherty, 13 miles northwest of Matador, about 9 miles southeast of Cedar Hill, 9 miles west of White Flat, moving southeast. This storm and tornado will cross Highway 62. probably about 7 to 10 miles west of Matador, but we need folks to go ahead and be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want y'all on Highway 62 right now, west of Matador, east of Floydada, as this dangerous thunderstorm is likely going to be producing a significant tornado as it approaches the highway. So please be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not go west out of Matador or east out of Floydada on Highway 62 for a while as this nasty, nasty thunderstorm continues to move southeast towards the highway. Now, outside of that, we have a hailer near Rawls. That storm's going to be moving towards Crosbyton. Those of you in Crosbyton, get ready for a particularly nasty hailstorm. Down southwest of La Mesa, same thing. Y'all could begin some nasty hail here shortly with this thunderstorm. And real quick, I'm going to edit a video clip quickly and get it up on the socials so y'all can see that nasty, nasty supercell. All right, let's see what Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew has to say.
I can still see the tor through the rain. It's still very much on the ground. Still a very big tornado at that. So I'm heading south towards Matador, whatever that highway is.
So tornado remains in progress. About 12 miles northwest of Matador, moving southeast towards Highway 62. And as it continues to do so, those of you west of Matador in western Motley County, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, bicycle helmets if you got one handy. We want no travel on Highway 62 between Floydada and Matador. And that is what we continue to monitor here. With this nasty thunderstorm moving southeast towards Highway 62, passing west of Matador.
But I just got a time lapse that I've been looking for years. I am, woo! What a day.
You can hear from Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. Well, happy-go-lucky. All right, I'm going to render this out. Again, dangerous tornado remains in progress. About 5 miles northeast of Dougherty, about 8 miles west of White Flat, 12 miles northwest of Matador. So let's take a view out. This is the only tornado warning in Texas right now. We note some storms up in the Panhandle. Spearman moving towards Perryton, northwest of Pampa. Those storms had the potential for some very large hail with them as they move northeast. Down in the Permian Basin, we've got a storm approaching La Mesa. Moving northeast, the potential for large hail, damaging winds with that. Those of you in La Mesa expect hail in town by 7:40 p.m. All right. Make sure we have no updates.
Huge wedge! Huge wedge! What a big tornado!
Okay, so this tornado now, west of Matador, is reported to be a very large wedge tornado. A wedge tornado is typically wider than it is tall. So, that is definitely a problem here. So a very large tornado across western Motley County, moving southeast towards Highway 62. We want folks in the western Motley County area to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see very strong velocities. Winds moving away from the radar in Lubbock at about 80. Winds moving towards the radar at about 90. So we now have a significant tornado. Could be easily a very destructive tornado, but it's over rural areas. But if you're out here, it doesn't matter. Y'all need to be in a safe place. We don't want anyone getting hurt by this thing. All right, so let's see. We're not missing any video right now. It looks like, actually, you know what? Let's take a look from Chelsea. Looks like Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett has... Y'all get to see me for just a second. Stand by, and this way y'all will be able to hear me. But again, it looks like Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett has a view of the large tornado northwest of Matador now. And that is a nasty, nasty tornado. So again, that's your large wedge tornado northwest of Matador, Texas. Moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So we need folks in Matador, west of Matador, on Highway 62 to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks outside looking at this thing if it's heading your way. This tornado will remain west of the city of Matador unless it takes a drastic left turn. It is going to be crossing Highway 62 in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's currently 4 miles north of Highway 62, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Storm itself is likely to continue moving southeast with the potential of a nasty tornado with this thing as it moves off to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour. Very strong velocities continue. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. You're watching it become rain-wrapped here on Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett's live stream. And again, she is near Highway 62, looking north towards the tornado from Highway 62-ish west of Matador. She's going to start repositioning. But again, that was the tornado northwest of Matador. All right, let's get back to it. And we'll keep an eye out for streams. But again, here is the current radar. You can see this tornado is now only a few miles northwest of Matador, moving southeast. Very strong velocity signatures, a few miles northwest of Highway 62, moving southeast. Winds moving away from the Lubbock radar at about 70.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gray, Hutchinson, and Roberts County in Texas.
Winds moving towards the radar about 50, so still very strong velocity signatures with this thunderstorm. All right, let's see if we have any more video I can show y'all. As this dangerous thunderstorm continues to move southeast towards Highway 62. We don't want folks on Highway 62 west of Matador, east of Floydada with this dangerous thunderstorm. All right, I am looking for that. We'll get more content. Facebook Messenger being a pain in the butt, as usual.
You have got to be kidding me with today. What a day. What a...
All right. So, again, if you're north or if you're west of Matador, we need you to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There's going to be a tornado down coming towards Highway 62, probably about 8 to 10 miles west of Matador. Let me go ahead and put some roads on here. And again, I know it's sparsely populated, but those of you west of Matador, we need you to be in a safe place. Large wedge tornado continues with this thunderstorm. In fact, it's so rural, I can't get any of these roads out here to pop up. But again, this is going to be Highway 62. A good, 8 to 10 miles west of Matador. Moving to the southeast, this tornado will cross Highway 62 about 8 to 10 miles west of Matador. This storm is about 6 miles north of Dougherty, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. As it continues to do so, those of you down in Roaring Springs, this could eventually pass a bit closer to you than I would like. And the Texas Tech radars are measuring velocities that would indicate this is a violent tornado. We just retweeted an image from their count. Whoops, that might not have been Texas Tech. That might have been OU's radar. Oh, well, one of the radars. It does matter. So again, very strong velocity continues. We continue with a significant tornado west of Matador. And this is going to be moving southeast towards Highway 62. Those of you in Matador, you're going to probably get some hail out of this, but the tornado will stay west of town unless something changes. As this continues moving southeast, those of you in Roaring Springs are going to want to take note and be ready to move to a safe place. This is staying well east of Floydada. And it's worth noting we have another storm south of Rawls showing increasing rotation. So those of you south of Rawls, near Owens in Crosby County, we're starting to see increasing rotation with this thunderstorm. This is now east of Highway 207. That storm's only moving east at 15 miles an hour over very rural portions of Crosby County. But those of you near Owens, be ready. North of Caprock, southeast of Rawls. This storm's also capable of producing softball-size hail. Back up to the Matador storm, we have a large destructive tornado over rural portions of western Motley County, moving south-southeast at about 15 miles an hour. This storm is going to be capable of producing softball-size hail and a significant tornado that is ongoing with it. So we want folks west of Matador to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Up here in the Panhandle, we've got storms north of Pampa. Could have hail crossing over Highway 70 shortly north of Pampa. Severe storm well south of Spearman, rural areas. And then we've got a storm in Spearman. That could be dropping some pretty nasty hail. There could be golf ball-sized hail around Spearman right now. Same thing goes for storms west of Perryton. And then otherwise, down in the northern Permian Basin / West Texas, we've got a storm moving into La Mesa right now with large hail. In the next several minutes, there could also be some very strong winds with that. Farther south, we have a severe storm south of Fort Stockton. That's going to be crossing over Highway 385 with hail. East Texas, you've got sub-severe storms. They're behaving themselves. These storms out here are capable of producing gusty winds over 40 miles an hour, heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning from Katy to Spring Aldine, moving south through Harris County over the next 30 minutes. Quick round of rain, cloud to ground lightning, maybe gusty winds, likely no hail at all. And same thing goes from Center to Tenaha up to Carthage, and then eventually this is going to be crossing over, I believe that's Byers up here, south of Wascom. Some storms there moving east towards Louisiana quickly with some very strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. Storm west of Matador continues with a significant large tornado in progress. This is going to be crossing Highway 62 about 8 to 10 miles west of Matador, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. The good news is those of you in Matador, this storm's going to likely stay to your west in terms of the tornado. The hail, not so much, but those of you in Matador, still go ahead and be ready to move to a safe place at a moment's notice. You are technically in the tornado warning, but at this point, the storm itself and the tornado look like they're going to stay west of Matador for the time being. So this does not look like a situation where this tornado is going to roll into Matador, but this could be an issue for Roaring Springs down the road, south of Highway 62, down Highway 70. So Roaring Springs, this may be an issue for you within the next 45 minutes. So be ready to move into a safe place. It's going to be a large tornado west of Matador, and I'll just show you what it looked like a bit earlier.
And here we go, another tornado.
Here's the video
Beautiful.
Of this tornado when it was developing about 20 minutes ago, and you can see, well,
Structure.
it's down. Storm itself is beautiful. This is over rural areas. Tornado since this point has apparently become much larger and is wrapped in heavy rain.
And here we go,
So
another tornado.
you're going to want to be in a safe place
Beautiful.
in western Motley County. It kind of sounds like Mario in that a little.
Structure.
And that's from Storm Chaser Jenny Brown.
I am currently just on the outside of Matador. Definitely cannot see the tornado. It is very much wrapped in rain at this point, but the structure of the storm is just, it's just incredible. Wow, what a day.
Okay, so that was Storm Chaser Alex Bartholomew. And at this point, we are just monitoring this storm. I believe Storm Chaser Adam Lucio was attempting to get back in position of it. We'll keep an eye on his feed. But this is the only storm capable of producing a tornado in the state of Texas right now, though we are closely monitoring a thunderstorm south of Rawls, southwest of Crosbyton, that is getting very close to producing its own tornado. So actually, we're going to focus on this for a minute. This is going to be down in Crosby County. This is a thunderstorm that is capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour, and the possibility of a tornado is increasing now. This is going to be coming up on County Road 216, a couple miles east of Highway 207. With this thunderstorm, as it moves off to the east, you're keeping a close eye on Adam's feed. And again, he is coming up to this storm. It looks like he actually went all the way south to Dougherty, and I believe is on Highway. Is that say he's on Highway 70? Well, we'll see. And we're keeping a close eye on his feed just to see what is going on.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Floyd and Motley County in Texas.
All right, sorry for the echo. What you're looking at here, it's going to be a new tornado warning for this thunderstorm. This does include Matador. This does include Roaring Springs. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes and DVD-size hail. And there's a tornado developing down here south of Rawls.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Crosby County in Texas.
Do you have the tornado? So we now have a tornado warning south of Rawls. We have a tornado warning west of Matador. Let's go to the Rawls storm. The Rawls storm, possible tornado developing near Owens. This is going to be a circulation that is going to be about 4 miles northwest of Caprock. Northeast of Caprock, 10 miles southwest of Crosbyton, moving southeast at 20. This is going to be over rural portions of Crosby County, southeast of Highway 82, Highway 82, it looks like. That's not 82, hold on. Southeast of Highway 62, southeast of Rawls, east of Highway 207, south of Crosbyton, moving away from all those towns. So County Road 216, several miles east of Highway 207, and this is going to be passing probably a bit near Canyon Valley in the next little while. This will remain over rural portions of southeastern Crosby County. Otherwise, well, we just had a report of a tornado with that, too. So, tornado near Caprock, Owens, south of Rawls, north of Canyon Valley here in Crosby County. That storm moving southeast at 20 over rural portions of Crosby County. Near County Road 216, that had a tornado just reported by the Sheriff's Office. We've got a thunderstorm west of Matador. That rotation's starting to weaken. We likely have an occlusion going on here, meaning the circulation's beginning to weaken. The tornado's likely starting to, if it hasn't dissipated, it is likely beginning to narrow and then eventually dissipate as it continues moving southeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Otherwise, those are the only two storms right now capable of producing tornadoes in Texas. One possible tornado 8 miles west of Matador. Two, confirmed tornado now. Probably a good, what they say, about 4 miles northeast of Caprock, 10 miles southwest of Crosbyton.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Moving southeast at 20 near County Road 216, east of Highway 207. That was a tornado that was down just a few minutes ago. Okay, let's make sure we're not missing anything else. We got storms up in the Panhandle with hail. One storm near Spearman, one storm west of Perryton, one storm southeast of Spearman, one storm on Highway, Highway 70 north of Pampa. All these storms up here moving east roughly at about, 10 to 20 miles an hour with large hail and strong winds possible. Otherwise, southeast Texas, east Texas, there's nothing severe with those storms. It's rain, it's gusty winds and lightning. We got a storm with some pretty large hail on Highway 385 south of Fort Stockton. That could have some golf ball size hail. That's moving southeast down 385. We've got a storm over La Mesa with heavy rain, probably some hail. That storm's moving northeast. And then we've got these storms out here in West Texas, capable of producing tornadoes. So here's what we're going to do real quick. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here at 7:50 p.m. with continuing severe weather coverage.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beaver and Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden, Dawson, and Gaines County in Texas.
And I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Good evening. 7:50 p.m. We've got two tornadic supercells in West Texas, one west-southwest of Matador. That had a long-lived major tornado for a while. That tornado has lifted now. Notice the velocity couplet much, much weaker, and a good indication the tornado is either lifting or is already done. That storm is remaining well west of Matador. If you're in Matador, you're not going to have to deal with a tornado from this. You're going to have to probably have some hail, especially just west of town. Those of you in Roaring Springs, this storm is heading towards you. So if you're in Roaring Springs, you're going to be dealing with quite a bit of hail and the possibility of a tornado in the next 30 minutes. Let me go ahead and set this up. Roaring Springs, about 8:10 to 8:20 p.m. with the possibility of a severe storm capable of producing huge hail and a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana, Shelby County in Texas.
Otherwise, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This one is well southeast of Rawls, well south of Crosbyton, moving east-southeast. It's going to be east of Caprock now and Highway 207, moving south-southeast. This storm had a tornado reported with it not long ago, and based on the reflectivity and velocity structures, it easily could have a tornado on it again. I'm going to try to get some roads on here for you. County Road 183, this is what the possible tornado's coming up to. County Road 220, this is probably 5 to 6 miles east of Caprock, east of Highway 207, moving southeast. This is going to be moving down, essentially, in very rural portions of southern Crosby County. Thereafter, this is going to pass just northeast of Canyon Valley, into northeastern portions of Garza County, northeast of Post. Just trying to get some roads on here. Northeast of Post. And again, this is very rural area, but there are folks out here. Northeastern Garza County, northeast of Post. A severe storm capable of producing a dangerous tornado is heading your way. This storm's also capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. Same thing goes with this storm approaching Roaring Springs. Now, that was a severe storm warning for, of course, the northern Toledo Bend Reservoir, because y'all managed to, even on a day where storms are literally on the other side of the state, y'all still managed to find a way to get your own warning. So again, this is going to be for some winds over 60 miles an hour, already moving into Louisiana. North sides of the Toledo Bend Reservoir, just southeast of Logansport, north of Huxley. Not a tornado, just some very strong straight-line winds with this thunderstorm. That's already moving into Louisiana, so that'll be out of here shortly. And they just put a tornado warning on the...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a thunderstorm now with a tornado warning well south of Fort Stockton on Highway 385 in Pecos County. If the radar does not... There we go. At... Why is San Angelo having to issue warnings for Midland? That's interesting. At 7:53 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located 25 miles south of Fort Stockton, moving southeast at 15. It's in the middle of nowhere, folks. Sierra Madre is the closest thing that may end up near. But again, we're not going to worry about it because it's in the middle of nowhere on 385, about 20 miles southeast of Fort Stockton. I don't even know if y'all get cell data down there. Severe storm now exiting La Mesa to the north, moving up towards O'Donnell. That storm could have some pretty good size hail with it, at least golf ball size. Back up north we go. Severe storm 7 miles east of Caprock, north of Canyon Valley. This is going to be in rural southeastern Crosby County, about 15 miles southeast of Rawls, about 12 miles south of Crosbyton, moving southeast towards northeastern Garza County. This will stay northeast of Post, but if you know folks west of Spur, northeast of Post, southeast of Rawls, south of Crosbyton, southwest of Dickens, big tornado possible with that storm at any time. North, we have a storm that produced a big tornado earlier. That tornado has lifted now. This storm moving towards Roaring Springs could have baseball to softball size hail with it, and this storm could develop a new tornado at any time as it continues moving southeast. This is going to be crossing over Highway 70, near or just south of Matador, the hail core at least, with the possible tornado moving closer to Roaring Springs. After it moves over Highway 70, it's going to continue southeast into northern Dickens County. The storm itself will likely remain north of Dickens, but impact areas in northeastern Dickens County. We do note, those of you up north of Pampa, far northern Roberts County, about 30 miles north of Pampa, about 30 miles south of Perryton, thunderstorm capable of producing softball-size hail. We'll be crossing over highway... What highway is this? Highway 70. And we are probably not done with tornadoes in West Texas yet. So again, those are storms up in the Panhandle. They have hail. They're moving east-northeast at about 20. Could have some really big hail. We note that
County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Garza and Linn County in Texas.
why zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay, we had some technology go hey. I'm not actually sure what happened, but, well, something did, so at least everything didn't completely crash and explode, but I lost internet for a second. Back to it, we've got two severe storms out here in West Texas, east of Lubbock. One south of 62 and southeast of Rawls, one west of Spur, and that storm could easily have a tornado with it. In fact, I'd be shocked if it didn't. That is a very impressive circulation. And that is east of Caprock, moving away from Rawls, away from Crosbyton, and moving towards rural portions of northeastern Garza County. That's probably going to have a tornado with it. That's a very, very strong looking circulation. Here's storm northwest of Roaring Spring, southwest of Matador. The good news is the velocity circulation with that is much, much weaker than it was, but those of you in Roaring Spring should still be in shelter. Hail likely passing west and south of Matador as this storm continues moving southeast down Highway 70. And then again, this storm here in Rawls, south of Crosbyton. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a statewide view, and we're just going to let that play for a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with continuing severe weather coverage here at 8:10 p.m. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Gather some cool images and videos and get them posted for y'all.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden and Dawson County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ochiltree and Roberts County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Crosby and Garza County in Texas.
Hey, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Sorry about that. Need to get a little bit of video edited and put together. We just got that posted. With that, we'll continue our live severe weather coverage. We do have a couple tornado warnings out in western Texas. We've got a tornado warning about 25 miles south of Fort Stockton on Highway 385. That's over rural portions of southern Pecos County. We've got that storm moving southeast. We've got a severe storm capable of producing a tornado in southern portions of Crosby County in West Texas, about 4 miles northeast of Canyon Valley, about 6 to 7 miles southeast of Caprock, or a good 23 miles west of Spur. That storm's moving south-southeast slowly towards northeastern Garza County in West Texas with very heavy rain, tornado, softball-sized hail, heavy rain. We just got a report of a large tornado south of Roaring Springs. All right. Okay, so I'm going to show this. It's going to be from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. This is just coming now. I'm going to try to play this. It's not really making my life easy. All right, hold on. Why would X make anything easy, right? And Chad's also on our team, so before y'all thinking we're just stealing content, we're not. Here is Chad. Yeah, great. It was great. Here's Chad's video. This is a large tornado down right now west of Roaring Springs. This is from storm chaser Chad Casey. So again, tornado apparently is back down. This was at 8:05 p.m. west of Roaring Springs. So tornado at least was briefly down back in the rain before it either dissipated or withdrew from the rain. So again, that's from storm chaser Chad Casey out in areas of west of Roaring Springs. All right, so let's get back to it. And we'll show you this, the high-res radar. So again, southern storm. This is moving into northeastern Garza County. It's going to be a storm capable of putting down a big tornado at any point, along with very large hail up to the size of softballs, destructive straight-line winds, and heavy, heavy rain.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Dickens and Motley
Audio
County in
substandard,
Texas.
all right.
Yeah.
Now, give me just a second. All right, so y'all let me know. In fact, I'll just listen to it real quick. That sounds good to me now. So, here we go. It's going to be a tornado warning for a storm moving in northern Garza County from southern portions of Motley County. This storm could put a tornado down, moving into northern Garza County from southern Crosby County. Again, this is well southeast of Rawls, south of Crosbyton. Storm 2 near Roaring Springs, moving southeast. That had a tornado down a few minutes ago with it from storm chaser Chad Casey. That storm's moving southeast down Highway 70 into northeastern portions of Garza County. Both storms continue moving southeast, about 15 to 20, and both these may continue producing tornadoes or under the threat of producing tornadoes for a while. All right. Okay. Let's zoom out. And the good news is outside, well, let's be clear, we got hailers, and let's just talk about those real quick. We've got hailers, Spearman. You've got a storm dropping hail. We've got a hailer on Highway 70. That's probably 25 miles or 30 miles south of Perryton, 25 to 30 miles south north of Pampa. Those storms moving east at 20 with softball-size hail. For what it's worth, that could be an issue for Canadian by 8 or 9:30 p.m. if it continues. So let's go ahead and take a look at other storms. And again, we don't have that many storms out here. Most of y'all in the Panhandle, West Texas, aren't going to be dealing with anything this evening, but we are going to be dealing with storms for a while. We'll go back to the tornado ones in a minute. We got a severe storm near O'Donnell that's moving northeast very quickly, comparatively, at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. That storm has the potential of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail, winds to 70. That could be near Post by, let's just say, 9 p.m. We got a storm just east of Seminole. We'll keep an eye on that. Small hail. We have no storms in the Permian Basin right now that are severe. And then we've got this one storm that's tornado warned way southeast of Fort Stockton. That's moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. If it continues, it may approach Sanderson by, let's just say, 9:45 p.m. But I'm hoping the storm itself is going to weaken and or dissipate by then. Okay, so let's go back up to the tornado warnings in West Texas. We have two. Good news is both of these are in fairly rural areas, but that doesn't mean that's not a threat to life and property if y'all are out there and in proximity of these things. So we'll continue on. Let me check my mic volume real quick. Sometimes this stupid computer turns the mic volume down, and it did. So I was a little quiet. Sorry, I'm not as quiet now. Okay, so we've got one storm capable of producing a tornado. This one's produced multiple tornadoes over the last hour and a half. This is very near Roaring Springs right now on Highway 70. This storm is moving south at 20 miles an hour. And we just got this visual from storm chaser Chad Casey. Yes, we are contracted with Chad, so before anyone thinks we're just using chaser pictures and videos willy-nilly, we're not. We've got about a dozen chasers under contract because, well, we don't steal content. We just pay people to use it, aka the right way to do it. You can see this is a tornado roping out near Roaring Springs at sunset, so I assume pretty recently. So again, that's from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. That storm and that tornado a short time ago. Let's go back into this storm, and again, storm's moving south-southeast at about 20 miles an hour towards northern portions of Dickens County. This storm will likely remain northeast, well, it should remain northeast of Dickens. If it rides down 70, it could approach Dickens, but that's still a long ways off. What I suspect is going to happen, though, is I wouldn't be shocked if that storm is weakened by this storm. This has become our monster storm. It is about to cross over Avenue F and enter northeastern Garza County. Let me open a source here for maps, and we'll just see what is going on with this. And again, this is going to be a severe storm capable of producing softball-size hail. That's 4 inches in diameter. This is going to remain well northeast of Post, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour into northeastern Garza County. So this will remain northeast of Post. This is going to be moving towards Calgary. So this is going to be crossing near Calgary. Avenue F, FM 651. So those of you in Calgary, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's going to be crossing over FM 651, County Road 261. This will be crossing over the White River Reservoir. So those of you out there near the White River Reservoir, northeast of Post, near Calgary, west of Spur, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So with that, we want folks in Calgary, the White River Reservoir, west of Spur, FM 651, known as North Avenue F, to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. After that, this storm is eventually going to make a run at Highway 380. This could be an issue for Claremont. Look, this thing's only moving at 20 at this point. This could be an issue for Claremont by 10 p.m. if it makes it down that far. A lot of things can happen between now and 10 p.m. Like me wiping my head. All right, so let's continue. We'll take a look at what else is going on. We've got that storm northeast of O'Donnell moving northeast towards Post. That could have some large hail with it. Looks like the Weather Service is saying ping pong balls with that. Now, quickly, let's look in southeast Texas. There's nothing severe down here. Let's make that abundantly clear. But I know we had some showers and storms earlier. And again, for those of you in Houston, this line's weakening and almost dissipated, but we still have some scattered showers and storms, lightning from Rosenberg to Missouri City to downtown Houston to Cloverleaf to Barrett, north of Baytown, up northeast to Liberty. Gusty north winds, some cloud-to-ground lightning, brief moderate to heavy rain, and we've got some rain falling back in Cleveland up Highway 59 to Seven Oaks and Corrigan. A couple of storms around Woodville, up into East Texas. There's nothing severe with this activity. Severe weather threat for East Texas, Southeast Texas is over. Storms will continue weakening, and it will be a quiet night for y'all. Still some heavy rain here on Highway 96 from St. Augustine to Center to Carthage to Marshall. All that rain's going to continue moving east. The only severe weather with this is now in Louisiana, with a storm producing strong winds near Interstate 49 south of Shreveport. Otherwise, back into the Permian Basin, storms around Midland, Odessa have either moved out of the region or dissipated. We have a severe storm weakening well northwest of Sanderson. That could make its way towards Sanderson in the next hour if it survives, but it does appear to be weakening quickly, so that is the good news for y'all. Back in West Texas we go. We do have that storm near O'Donnell moving towards Post. We have a storm with small hail east of Seminole now, near and just north of Highway what is that, 180? Yeah, 180 moving up towards Loop and Welch, and 83. Small hail with that. Otherwise, this thing west of Spur, northeast of Post, near Calgary and the White River Reservoir. It's maxed out. This thing could easily be dropping softball to DVD size hail. DVD size hail is 5 inches in diameter. That is big, bad, very mad hail. Looking at the velocity data, you can see we do have a rotation. And for what it's worth, the Weather Service says this is a confirmed tornado at, 8:16 p.m. A confirmed tornado was located 7 miles west of Calgary. Or 11 miles west of White River Lake, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beaver and Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
So, we'll keep an eye on that. But again, those of you in northeastern Garza County, you need to be in the lowest floor, center room, away from reservoir. Right from reservoir. Well, yes, be away from the reservoir, but be away from walls. And again, this is going to be on North Avenue F, Highway FM 651, northeast of Post. This storm will remain well northeast of Post as it continues moving southeast. This should be staying a good probably 10 miles northeast of Post, but understand there is a tornado with this storm, and there is softball to DVD size hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. This storm is moving southeast at about 15 miles per hour, and again, continues with really big hail. And apparently this tornado may have been a quarter-mile wide. So again, this thing put down a pretty big tornado recently. Now, here's the storm near Roaring Springs. We have not had any recent reports from this storm, which is good. This storm produced that long-lived tornado northwest of Matador earlier. This storm, tornado, nowhere near Matador. So Matador, don't worry, you're fine, you're clear. Roaring Springs, you're under the hail core right now. Give it another 20 minutes and you'll be clear from hail and tornado. But if we had a tornado, it would likely be south of Roaring Springs by a few miles. This storm continues to move southeast at about 17 miles an hour. It could approach Glen and Afton. Afton and Glen over the next little while. Eventually, this storm's going to make it to areas northeast of Dickens. So Afton. It's going to be crossing over FM 193 and then moving into rural portions of Dickens County, west of Dumont, west of Guthrie. And again, this storm should stay east of Dickens, but it may be a close call. But that close call is still probably an hour away, so 9:30 p.m. Central Time.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
We're continuing to head south towards Claremont. Might be an opportunity to use that old Claremont jail as a foreground. Maybe get some air.
So here's the which way the wind is blowing mode. And again, the good news is these storms are in rural areas. The bad news is they're still producing tornadoes. They're producing huge hail and strong winds, and they may continue for a while yet. Some of these could continue for a few more hours. Up in the Panhandle, some of these storms, truthfully, could continue for until midnight and make it into Oklahoma. Now, we're going to have to keep a close eye on these storms up here, just in case they try to go into rotation. That has not, well, low-level rotation. That has not happened as of yet, but this storm that's crossing Highway 70, probably 25 miles north of Pampa, 25 miles south of Perryton, is on a beeline to move towards Canadian, and this could have some pretty big hail. And it could be crossing Highway 83 near Canadian by 9:30 p.m. Central Time. We've got the storms near Spearman, this one just southeast of Spearman. Y'all been under storms for like an hour and a half now. I gave a talk at the public library in Spearman. I believe it was back in 2018 in April. That was a good experience, but beautiful town, a beautiful community. And then we've got a storm well west of Perryton moving northeast. That's going to be moving up into the Oklahoma Panhandle towards Highway 412 and Highway 83 up there in the eastern Oklahoma Panhandle over the next hour. Otherwise, we don't necessarily have many storms we're dealing with today, but we do have intense storms. And in fact, if this camera will follow me, we're kind of at the point where I need to stand up. So that is what we're going to do. And the camera just going to have to follow me. And the little pink microphone too. That kind of rhymed in its own special way. So, again, it is 8:30 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, looking down at you from the height above as I stand up and stretch. We are monitoring several severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, destructive hail, heavy rain, and strong winds. These storms overall are the two tornadic storms are moving south-southeast. One near Roaring Springs, one, oh good, that'll be passing probably, well, let's try that again. One near Roaring Springs, and one that is several miles east of Canyon Valley. And now we're going to sit back down. Hello. So let us continue. And what I'm going to do here is actually just switch us over to a different radar product, and we're going to take a look at a loop. You can see we have these two tornadic supercells, one near Roaring Springs moving down Highway 70 into northern Dickens County, one on the Crosby-Garza County line. That is currently about 12 to 13 miles northeast of Post, moving south-southeast at 20. We have a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing softball-size hail, about 25 miles south of Perryton, 25 miles north of Pampa. That storm is generally moving east towards Canadian at about 25 miles an hour. Almost looks like that storm may be taking a south turn, though, so that could make things interesting up here in Roberts County. If that storm does turn southeast, that could actually increase the potential. We have a tornado threat down the road for the Highway 60 corridor from Codman to Miami to Mendota. We're going to have to keep an eye on that storm as well.
I'm coming into the north.
So let's go ahead and look out. And again, East Texas, Southeast Texas, those storms are either moving into Louisiana or weakening. There is no severe weather with that. You've got some lightning, some moderate to heavy rain at times, maybe some gusty winds, pea-size hail. That's it. No severe weather is expected with that activity in East or Southeast Texas, so you're good to go. The storm southeast of Fort Stockton is weakening as it moves towards Sanderson, so Sanderson, I wouldn't be shocked if it dissipates well before it gets to town. We have a couple severe storms in West Texas and the Panhandle. We're watching these storms in the northeastern Panhandle. Specifically, I'm starting to pay more attention to this storm about 25 miles north of Pampa. It looks like it's taken a right turn, and if that continues, that storm may attempt to go tornadic down the road. We're going to have to watch. That one's actually going to probably stay west of Canadian now and move more towards the Highway 60 Miami area in southeastern Roberts County. Watching a storm just east of Spearman. That has hail. And then we've got a storm about 10 miles west of Pampa. That has hail. Otherwise, we have a severe storm now that is just south of Roaring Springs on Highway 70. That's moving southeast towards Glen. That storm's weakening a bit, though, so hopefully that trend will continue. We've got a intense supercell capable of producing softball to DVD size hail just east of Canyon Valley, or about 13 miles northeast of Post. That storm also has a history of producing tornadoes and that storm's moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Should stay north and east of Post, but it is going to be an issue for Highway 380 east of Post, west of Claremont. Otherwise, rural portions of northeastern Garza County. We have a severe storm southwest of Post that's moving northeast. That one is going to impact Post, and that has the potential of quarter to ping pong ball size hail with it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when these two storms collide in the next hour, northeast of Post. But again, otherwise, we continue to monitor these storms, and we're going to continue to do so. So if you'd like to watch us, you can do so. Just search for TexasStormChasers.com. You can watch our live videos, Texas Weather Center on YouTube, and we're going to keep that up. If you're watching us on Facebook, we're going to go ahead and turn that back off for now, and we'll be back if we have a significant life-threatening situation develop. For now, though, I hope you all will join us over on YouTube, our website, or our mobile app. Okay, YouTube, here's what we're going to do. We're going to stay here. We're not going to go anywhere, but I am going to take a quick break. I need to drink some water, walk around, and we're going to be back with continuing severe weather coverage. We're going to do 8:50 p.m., but we'll probably be back before then. So I'm going to take a 12-minute break. Y'all are going to get some music. You'll continue hearing warnings, and we're going to be back with additional severe weather coverage shortly here on the Texas Storm Chasers.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas. warning has been issued for Hemphill and Roberts County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford, Hutchinson, Ochiltree, and Roberts County in Texas.
Alright, good evening ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 8:50 p.m. here on Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025. We are monitoring severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and some pretty heavy rain across parts of the eastern Texas Panhandle, West Texas. We had storms in the Permian Basin. Those are gone. We had a storm northwest of Sanderson. That was severe. That is weakening and almost gone. We've had storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas. Those are moving east-southeast while weakening. No severe weather is expected with that activity in east-southeast Texas for the remainder of this evening, with the exception of maybe some heavy rain, lightning, small hail, and gusty winds. Up here in West Texas, we'll go ahead and take a look at some of these storms. You can see we've got a severe thunderstorm with the potential of some very large hail, softball-size hail, 4 inches in diameter, winds of 60 miles an hour and higher, and a tornado can't be ruled out with this thunderstorm. About 12 miles northeast of Post, this is moving southeast across rural portions of northeastern Garza County. This thunderstorm was previously tornado warned, but is no longer. It's moving almost due south at this point, at a brisk 10 miles an hour. It's moving slowly. So that's the good news. We'll have to see what happens. We've got a storm southwest of Post. That may bring a little hail to Post in the next 10 minutes. That one's racing northeast and will collide with this thunderstorm across northeastern Garza County. In fact, you'll hear the computer squeal in just a second with a new tornado warning that has been issued. Stand by. At least I thought we did.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Crosby, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
All right, we have a tornado warning now for western Kent, northeastern Garza, and southern Crosby counties here in West Texas until 9:15 p.m. At 8:51 p.m., a confirmed tornado is located 6 miles southwest of Calgary or 12 miles southwest of White River Lake, moving southeast at 10. This tornado warning does not include places like Claremont, Post. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for rural portions of western, Kent, eastern Garza, and I guess they included a very small portion of Crosby County. But for all intents and purposes, this is going to be an eastern Garza County issue. And again, this is for a thunderstorm that apparently does have a tornado reported on it at this time. So again, this is over very rural portions of northeastern Garza County, crossing over FM 651 or North Avenue F, moving southeast towards County Road 186. This will remain well northeast and east of the city of Post. However, we advise no travel between Post and Claremont on Highway 380, as this dangerous thunderstorm with the potential of softball-size hail and a tornado passes near Highway and over Highway 380 in the next 30 minutes as it moves south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Otherwise, we have a thunderstorm that is still sitting on Highway 70, now moving into northern Dickens County. This storm is showing weakening signs, but does remain capable of producing golf ball-size hail and perhaps a tornado. It's moving south at a brisk 5 miles per hour. So yes, you fast runners out there, you could outrun this thing by running. Those of you in Roaring Springs, it's still hailing. Any tornado would be south of town, moving south very slowly into northern Dickens County. These are the only 2 tornado warnings we have right now in the state of Texas. So again, a confirmed tornado about 12 miles southwest of White River Lake, or about 12 to 14 miles or excuse me, about, let's say 10 to 12 miles.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Motley County in Texas.
Northeast of Post, moving south at 10 miles an hour. Let's go up into the Panhandle we go. We've got some hailers. Oh no, we've got a pretty nasty supercell starting to show signs of... they're going to have to probably put a tornado warning on this soon. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm that is showing increasing signs of attempting to produce a tornado, along with softball-sized hail. This is going to remain well west of Canadian now in Roberts County. It's turned south. It's about 20 miles west of Canadian, moving south, southeast towards Miami. There on Highway 60 in southeastern Roberts County. You can see on the which way the wind's blowing mode a pretty well-defined circulation with this thunderstorm. Wind's moving away from the Amarillo radar at about 40, moving towards it 40, and that is expected to result in probably a tornado warning soon for Roberts County, southeastern Roberts County up here in the Panhandle of Texas. Otherwise, we have storms southeast of Spearman. That storm southeast of Spearman is looking pretty nasty with hail. That's moving south slowly towards far northeastern Hutchinson County and northwestern Roberts County. And we have some other storms with small hail west of Groover up in Hansford County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford and Sherman County in Texas.
All right, so otherwise, again, you can see those storms west of Groover just went severe with the threat of hail. We're going to have to monitor these storms in northeastern Texas Panhandle for signs of very large hail, damaging winds, and in the instance of this storm west of Canadian, the possibility of an increasing threat of a tornado. Otherwise, we have 2 tornado warnings currently in effect in West Texas. These thunderstorms, one is about 4 miles south of Roaring Springs on Highway 70. That storm's moving south at about 5 miles an hour. The storm northeast of Post, about 10 to 12 miles, that recently had a tornado reported with it. That thunderstorm is also capable of producing a tornado and softball-sized hail, moving southeast at 40, moving south at about 10 miles an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to be back here at 9:10 p.m. with your next severe weather update. You can also watch live storm chasing video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel, TexasStormChasers.com, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes, sooner if necessary.
Issued for Dickens and Motley County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Roberts County in Texas.
All right, we'll go ahead and come back a couple minutes early here. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms across parts of West Texas and the Panhandle this evening, capable of producing tornadoes. We now have a new tornado warning for a thunderstorm in the northeastern Texas Panhandle and rural portions of northeastern Roberts County. We'll go ahead and take a look at that in a minute, but let's start off with these thunderstorms down here in West Texas. This is the storm Adam Lucio is on. You can see his video in the top right part of the screen. The lightning is insane with this thing. We're just watching him get pelted with lightning. All our other storm chasers down here reporting the same thing. They're getting hit left, right with cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, and boy, is that thing temperamental. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing softball-sized hail, a tornado, heavy rain, and of course it's shooting out enough lightning to make you think it is the apocalypse. This is remaining well east of Post. Those of you in Post could be looking out east right now and seeing this crazy storm with lightning. Post itself is getting a little bit of rain right now, but as we switch back over to the high-res radar, you can see this thing is just insane. Softball-sized hail, possible tornado. Tornado itself would be on that appendage of the hook approaching Highway 380 now, well east of Post by about 12 miles. So we're keeping a very close eye on Adam's feed. If he's going to get a visual on it, it's going to be soon. You got to be real careful with these storms. You can see he's actually getting a pretty decent view now, taking a little dirt road, and noted, we've got a report of a large tornado with this thunderstorm up in the Panhandle. Apparently, this thing has a huge tornado on it, according to storm chaser Josh Leach. This thing probably should have been tornado warned 20 minutes ago, but again, this is a very strong circulation now, and this is now reported to be a very large tornado in progress well northwest of Miami, up here in the Panhandle. This is going to be for northeastern portions of Roberts County. This is going to be...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Garza and Kent County in Texas.
Okay, so again, this is going to be for a thunderstorm that has a large tornado with it, confirmed by storm chaser Josh Leach. This is going to be about 8 miles northwest of Highway 60 and Miami, moving off to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. So those of you in Miami, be in a safe place. That's got to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're watching storm chasing video in the top right box. That is from storm chaser Adam Lucio, east of Post. Stand by.
Saw photos in another chat. It's a big tornado under incredible structure. Yeah, it might actually be shot of the day, if anything.
So again, we have a large tornado moving southeast towards Miami. This is a confirmed tornado at this point, about 8 miles to 7 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast towards Miami. So those of you in Miami, up here in the Panhandle and east of Roberts County, you need to be in a tornado-safe place immediately. We're getting reports, multiple reports now. This thing's got a huge tornado with it. So again, we talked about this earlier and how it could go tornadic. And lo and behold, we actually got something right. I know it's a rarity, right? But again, this thing's not moving northeast like that storm skit says it is. That thing's just having a oopsie-doopsie. This is going to be an issue for Miami. So those of you in Miami here in eastern Roberts County, big, bad, very mad tornado moving towards town. It is now 7 miles northwest of town, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This is going to be moving and crossing Highway 60. So we don't want folks traveling on Highway 60 at this point, north of Highway 152 or southwest of Highway 83, as a large tornado will be crossing Highway 60 near Miami, southwest of Canadian, northeast of Pampa over the next 45 minutes. Again, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, 7 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. All right, let's go back south. Back into West Texas we go. Possible tornado on Highway 70. It's going to be about 6 miles south of Roaring Springs. The good news is that circulation is not looking too impressive. The storm approaching Highway 380, on the other hand, is intensifying with rotation. Those of you east of Post, heads up, the potential does exist for this storm to put down another tornado, and that threat may be increasing here over the next 10 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
In fact, all right, so let's talk about it. We just retweeted a picture on X of the storm west of Canadian. I'll be honest, that might be the storm tornado picture of the decade at this point. That is unbelievable. Reminds me of a photo taken by our storm chaser Jenny Brown back in 2015 of the Pampa tornado, but mother of mercy, that is insane. An insane shot. All right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hemphill and Roberts County in Texas.
So again, this is going to be a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, now about 6 to 7 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable and has a large tornado on it. This will be crossing Highway 60, well northeast of Pampa, well southwest of Highway 83. We'd advise no travel between Highway 152 and Pampa on the south end and Highway 83 on the east end of Highway 60 for the next hour, with this extremely dangerous thunderstorm capable, well, it is producing a large tornado. We just sent a picture on X. Southern storm potential for a tornado is increasing again. We're seeing a pretty strong uptick in wind velocities here as it approaches Highway 380. This is still well north of 380 for now, but it's moving south. You can see pretty strong velocities here. This is a pretty impressive indicator of All right, we've got a report now of a tornado down on highway, or 5 miles north of Highway 380, east of Post. So again, this is going to be a confirmed tornado now with this thunderstorm.
It did. There was a cone. I saw it. I don't know if I got it on film because I saw it, started filming, and then the RFD immediately wrapped it up.
All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Roberts County in Texas.
Ooh, that was scary. All right. So this is going to be a confirmed tornado now. That is going to be on Highway about 4 to 5 miles north of Highway 380. This should be crossing Highway 380 in eastern Garza County. This is going to probably stay good 10 miles east of Post, moving south at about 20 miles per hour. Storm chaser Adam Lucio reported a cone tornado on this, as well as storm chaser Stephen Jones. Storm that is on Highway 70 south of Roaring Springs, I'll be honest, it looks like it's weakening. So that is good news for y'all. South of Roaring Springs, still heavy rain and hail. We've got a storm producing hail and flash flooding south of Crosbyton, just southeast of Rawls. This area got hit with storms earlier, so yeah. And then this storm up here in the Panhandle, that's going to be crossing over Highway 60. This storm has a large tornado on it, moving southeast towards Miami. It is 5 to 6 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast at about 20. Those of you in Miami need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So again, Miami. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. We have shared images on our Facebook page and on X in the last 5 minutes of what is a large tornado under a, honestly, it's probably the shot of the decade. Sculpted supercell with a tornado under it with, you know, stars and stuff above it. You're watching live storm chasing video from storm chaser Adam Lucio. He is on the storm down here on Highway 380, and we're keeping a very close eye on it. Adam has the tornado in front of him, noted. Let's go ahead and switch to Adam's stream full. And again, Adam is apparently got a tornado on stream right now in front of him. He is on this storm east of Post, north of 380. I might be back in the background there to the right of the road. I'm honestly not completely sure. Apologies for the shaky video. It is a rather unhappy view. So again, this is the storm east of Post from storm chaser Adam Lucio. And we are looking for the tornado. It's dark. You can see this thing's putting out a crazy amount of lightning. So I'm just looking at it with you. Pretty good couplet or velocity signature on radar, a couple miles north of 380. This is well east of Post. This is not going to pose any threat to the city of Post. And we're just looking. Real quick, I'll show you the radar of where this is, and then we'll get right back to it. Again, we're going to go right back to it. I just want to show you what this is on radar. You can see just north of 380. This is a good 10 miles east of Post, at least, moving southeast. So, again, Adam apparently has the tornado on stream. And we're looking carefully and watching. Okay, well, storm chasers Josh and Emily Leach are reporting the tornado up northwest of Miami was a large cone recently, has become rain-wrapped, and they are executing their escape maneuvers. So they are in a safe position for that. But again, you're looking at the storm east of Post. This is a confirmed tornado now just north of Highway 380. Adam's looking right up into the thing. You can see right now a lot of lightning. It's real difficult to find those things at nighttime, but we're going to keep watching. I'm going to try to get some roads on here. Find this road. You can see this County Road 345. Bird Road. Highway 380. And again, there may actually be two tornadoes back in here. One, Bird Road, just north of 380, and a second tornado back on east of North Avenue F and still north of County Road 186. That'd be wrapped in heavy rain. Yeah, there are. There's two tornadoes back in here. Two individual supercells, two hooks. So again, two tornadoes, northeast and east of Post right now. We've got one tornado east of Post by a good, I mean, at this point, it is probably, well, 13 miles east of Post. And then we've got one tornado northeast of Post, just east of Avenue F by about 11 miles. Both these tornadoes moving east-southeast at probably 20 miles an hour. Storm near Roaring Springs is no longer severe. We've got a large tornado in progress just north of Miami, moving southeast towards Highway 60 and Miami. You can see this thing's still all sorts of rambunctious. Winds moving away from the radar at 70 miles an hour. We got winds moving towards the radar at about 60. Hey, babe. You're going to want to pull your phone up and look at what I just shared.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Garza and Kent County in Texas.
Jenny Brown got 10 years ago from Pampa of Stars and Tornado?
No.
Well, night nine. Okay, so again, storm up just northwest of Miami is still moving southeast and is still putting a big tornado down. Tornado remains probably just 5 miles northwest of Miami. If you want to see what it looked like a little while ago, go to our Facebook page, go to X, and you'll see it on our X account, and we retweeted it. So again, that's moving southeast. That's a large and extremely dangerous tornado. That is a strong tornado. Hopefully it remains in rural areas and does not impact the town. But it is moving southeast towards Highway 60. So we'd advise no travel on Highway 60 north of Highway 152 on the east side of Pampa up to Highway 83. And either direction. So we have two tornadoes, two tornado warned storms, 3 tornadoes. We've got this storm with 2 tornadoes east-northeast of Post. I'll highlight them. 1 tornado, 2 tornadoes. Looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see both circulations have nice hooks. Let's put some tracks on here. And again, you're going to see tornado 1 just about 12 miles northeast of Post, east of Avenue F, about 2 miles north of County Road 186. Tornado 2 is near Bird Road and County Road 345, about 15 miles east of Post. Okay, it looks like Adam's got a tornado on his stream. Sorry, when I mute, I'm listening to voice messages or burping. One of the two. In this case, it was a voice message from Chasers on Northern Storm. You can see it looks like he has a bit of a needle tornado in front of him, a small cone. Miami. So again, that's a tornado from Adam Lucia right now. That is one of the tornadoes east-northeast of Post. He reports it is a trunk. It's just the shape of the tornado. So again, he's got that tornado on stream. And we'll continue to monitor his. You can see now it's a small trunk. Almost looks like he's got a satellite. He might have a large tornado to the left and a smaller one to the right. We're just watching the same thing here. And again, I'm just nitpicking because we're watching it off a video stream. I'm waiting for reports from Adam, but there are 2 tornadoes on the storm. I'll show you very quickly. Again, that's what he's looking at. So we have 2 velocity couplets. That western one is getting real rambunctious, and that's what I assume we're looking at. So again, we've got a couple tornadoes here. You can see the left one is becoming a fairly large circulation. And again, we're looking from near Highway 380 north, I believe. This is going to remain well east of Post. And again, this is over rural portions of northeastern Garza County. And you can see now a fairly large cone being depicted. Even though you can't see the ground contact, based on what we've seen today, I have no doubt that's a tornado. And based on the velocity signatures, I have no doubt that's a tornado. So you can see a large cone tornado there, and that's northeast of Post. Depending on what this does, that may actually become even larger. We may be getting a show here in just a second. I'm going to leave that on for a moment. I'm going to take us back on radar up to the Miami storm because we need to make sure folks in Miami are getting in shelter on Highway 60. So again, you can see
a A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
my arm's about to
Hansford
get hit.
and Hutchinson County in
Great.
Texas.
Okay, so those of you in Miami, we're going to quickly, while keeping his cam in the top right shot, Adam's on the storm northeast of Post. This is a storm in the northeastern panhandle, moving southeast towards Miami. Those of you in Miami, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. You need to be in shelter now. If you're on Highway 60 in Miami, here in eastern Roberts County, again, large, extremely dangerous tornado. Adam is looking at a tornado northeast of Post. We, on radar, are looking at a tornado near Miami up in the Panhandle. Two completely different storms, both with tornadoes. So please be in a safe place. Adam's storm, I see the wall cloud. That definitive cone funnel is less rambunctious, but it is still certainly present. And again, we do have a confirmed tornado approaching Miami on Highway 60 in southeastern Roberts County. You can see that what was a funnel is now a very large, blocky wall cloud, and that wall cloud is becoming pretty ominous looking. Okay, so again, a confirmed tornado is 4 to 6 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast towards Miami. Those of you in Miami on Highway 60 in northeastern Roberts County, this is probably only 3 miles from you now. So again, Miami, this is a pretty urgent call to action at this point up in the northeastern panhandle. I know most folks have no idea where I'm talking. Let me throw some reference. This is the big, bad, very mad, angry tornadic supercell with a big, bad, very mad tornado. We have visual evidence of it. We shared a picture on our Facebook and X in the last 10 minutes. Big tornado. This is going to cross Highway 60 between Pampa and Canadian, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This thing could also have softball-sized hail. But tornado is very close to Miami. This is going to be crossing Highway 60 very near Miami. So Adam's got another tornado, it looks like. Again, he's just pointing the camera in all sorts of different directions, and we're seeing tornadoes. This is on the post storm. So again, we've got another circulation with another possible tornado. It may have lifted already, but again, this thing east of Post is turned into a merry-go-round of tornadoes. We got tornadoes left, we got tornadoes right, and this thing just going on a tornado palooza streak. So if you're in Miami, you need to be in a safe place now. If you're east of Post, you need to be in a safe place now. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, you could see that. Yeah, it's a pretty impressive wall cloud. We're not seeing any power flashes under it that would indicate damaging winds at the surface. It just might be there's nothing there. But again, Miami, we need to go back to that. So Adam's looking at the storm east of Post in rural eastern Garza County. This storm is the storm. It's angry. Tornado up here, most likely. I mean, there's a couple up here in northeastern Garza County. Let's just say that. Now, let's get back up to Miami. This is probably the most urgent call to action we've had today. And this is because we have a large tornado approaching Miami. This is probably only 2 miles from town now. Well, if we weren't live on Facebook, we are now. We've been live on YouTube the last few hours, but, well, that's where we typically are. If we're back on Facebook, good. Let's quickly say what's going on. Adam and the box in the top right above my big, bad, scary, bald head is viewing tornadoes east of Post in West Texas in Garza County. That storm's rural.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hemphill County in Texas.
We are looking at a radar image of a big tornado approaching Miami on Highway 60 here in eastern Roberts County and northeastern Panhandle. This is well southwest of Canadian, well east of Pampa, but it is approaching the town of Miami here on Highway 60. we have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado just northwest of Miami. This is going to be crossing Highway 60 dangerously close to Miami. It's 2 miles from Miami now, moving southeast at 15 to 20 miles an hour. This thing's had a tornado down probably the last 45 minutes, and based on every piece of visual evidence I can see, it is still down. So those of you in Miami, we need you to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you got a cellar or a storm shelter, hey, great. Be in that, because this thing's going to be crossing Highway 60 shortly. We don't want anyone traveling on Highway 60 west of Highway 83 or on Highway 60 east/north of 152 on the east side of Pampa. This thing's got a large tornado down with it, so please be in a safe place if you're near Miami. The live video above my scary bald shiny head is from storm chaser Adam Lucio. He is on this storm that is well east of Post in rural eastern Garza County. He's viewing a wall cloud at this point. The good news is the velocities, the which way the wind is blowing mode, those have come down considerably. The storm looks less organized on radar. It may be starting to run into a stronger cap, which may start causing it to weaken pretty quickly here. But we had tornadoes, 10 minutes ago with this thing. But hopefully it is starting to weaken, and if that's the case, and we think it probably will be weakening soon based on model data, we'll be able to concentrate on these storms in the Panhandle, which unfortunately may continue for a while. Data was much more suggestive of these storms continuing well into the night across the eastern Panhandle and northwest Oklahoma. For example, and real quick, we'll take a look at this. You can see we have a tornado warning for a thunderstorm riding down Highway 3 and 270 from Fort Supply, Oklahoma towards Woodward, Oklahoma. The only reason I'm looking at this is, well, I'm curious, but again, Fargo, Woodward, Oklahomas are under a tornado warning from that dangerous storm. We have a storm approaching Canadian from the west now. I think that's a left split. That has the potential of hail. That's come up pretty quick. So Canadian, expect heavy rain and quite a bit of hail. The potential for tennis ball size hail with this. Heavy rain. And for what it's worth, on any sharply sloped angles or terrain, the potential will exist for some mudslides or debris flow from the fire last year, the Smokehouse Creek fire or the complex up there. Miami, again, if we got a tornado down, it is very dangerously near town, and it is going to be over town here in the next few minutes. So if you're in Miami here on Highway 3, you need to be in a safe place. Post is clear. Post has storms to the east, but they're staying east of town, so they're not moving towards Post. So if you're in Post, you're okay for now, but maintain situational awareness.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hemphill and Roberts County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
All right. So again, Miami, possible tornado, if not likely tornado, very near town right now. Y'all should have been in shelter 20 minutes ago, but hopefully you're in shelter now. That storm continuing to move southeast at about 20 miles an hour. After Miami, it's going to be moving southeast towards portions of northern Wheeler County. This could eventually be an issue for places like Mobeetie, Gageby, and eventually, if it continues, this could be an issue for Wheeler itself. This is going to be crossing Highway 83 in northern Wheeler County in the next hour, and it could continue. In all likelihood, this storm's probably going to make it into Oklahoma, into western parts of Buckham and Roger Mills counties. So again, Miami, this tornado is very near town right now, dangerously close to town on Highway 83. So y'all need to be in a safe place. No travel on Highway 83. No travel on Highway 60 between Canadian and Highway 83 and Pampa. So again, those of you in Miami, So again, Miami, you need to be in a safe place. This is a confirmed tornado very near town. Please be in a safe place. I hope someone from town's watching. I hope folks in Miami know you need to be in a safe place, all right? There's a tornado. We're seeing pictures and videos of it. It is dangerously close. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. At this point, it's probably already in town if it's down. Hopefully, it goes just northeast of town, but it is going to be dangerously close. Storm chaser Adam Lucio is on the storm northeast of Post. The good news is that storm is weakening. This storm near Miami is not. This thing near Miami still has very strong circulation. You can see we've got winds moving away from the radar at 70, winds moving towards the radar at 50. And the potential, if not there's a big tornado there. I mean, look, there is no if, ands, or buts. The only if is this going to hit Miami or is it going to stay just outside of town to the north? I hope it stays outside of town, but it is possible this is going to go into Miami on Highway 60, which means if it does, we're going to have big problems. And understand, this thing may keep on going towards Wheeler County, which means those of you in Mobetti and Wheeler on Highway 152, we need y'all to pay attention. Let me go ahead and just put you on the map here. Everybody downstream of this thing, heads up. This thing's got more attitude than I do when I'm over-caffeinated. So everyone downstream of this thing into Wheeler County, Highway 83, from Wheeler to south of Highway 33, Highway 152 around Mobetti, Wheeler. If you know anyone out here in Wheeler County, east of Pampa, Canadian, south to Wheeler, call them, text them, make sure they're paying attention. Let them know there's a big tornado. Honestly, this tornado's been down an hour now. This is one of these long track angry tornadoes. And based on the ingredients, it may stay down for a while or keep producing tornadoes until this thing ends up in Oklahoma in like 2 hours. So understand, Wheeler and Mobetti, you are definitely already in danger of having to deal with a tornado. You're still maybe an hour away from it, but there is definitely already a danger increasing for y'all. So consider this your early heads up from good old Baldy-in-Chief. Big, bad, very mad tornado possibly moving into northern Wheeler County here in the eastern panhandle of Texas in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Please be in a safe place or at least start getting ready. Now, a lot of y'all out here probably got cellars and basements, and
a new
that's
severe
good.
thunderstorm
Use them.
warning has been issued for Hutchinson and Roberts County in Texas.
Now, let's zoom out. Nothing's heading towards Borger. And we've got hail, storm west of Spearman. Honestly, we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm southwest of Spearman. That's starting to take on a pretty suspicious-looking look. That's going to be crossing Highway, what is that, 136 and 325 or 335? That's going to cross Highway 207. So those of you southwest of Spearman, south of Groover, let's keep an eye on this storm. Hopefully it's behind outflow from earlier storms, but we're going to definitely need to keep an eye on it. You can see Adams Stream, he is near, he is east of Post, watching a weakening storm. A lot of scary looking clouds there, SLCs and Scud. Storm near Miami continues to have a tornado with it. It is near Highway 60 now, near or just northeast of town. Canadian, you're getting hail. No tornado in Canadian, but you are getting some hail with this thunderstorm as it moves east at about 30 miles an hour. All right, let's go back south, check the storms in West Texas. We're definitely starting to lose storms, which is good. The cap is coming back in down here across West Texas, starting to squish these things into oblivion, kind of like my hairline. We've got this storm northeast of Post. It's weakening quite nicely. Rotation is weakening, and hopefully that means if that continues, these storms could be gone in an hour, like evaporated. But for now, tornado warning does continue for northeastern portions of Garza County. If weakening continues, though, hopefully we'll see that warning canceled soon. Until then, Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, Stephen Jones, Chelsea Burnett, Jenny Brown, Brett Wright, Trey Greenwood, Chad Casey. We've got Blake Brown. We got a lot of chasers of ours out there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I think the main show and the main issue is definitely transitioning now into the northeastern Texas panhandle. we're blessed in a way that, we didn't have to deal with all these at once. But, for now, we're having to deal with this. You can see a new circulation developing now southeast of Miami with the ongoing tornado just northeast of Miami. This is going to be one of these cyclic supercells that is capable of producing multiple tornadoes, and this thing may keep going until midnight, honestly. This thing may make it into Oklahoma later. Understand, though, those of you from Mobidi, Wheeler, 152 Highway 83, y'all are in danger in the next hour and a half. This thing's going to probably keep producing tornadoes and softball-sized hail as it makes it south into...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford and Hutchinson County in Texas.
Northern portions of Wheeler County. All right, what was that for? Yeah, it's going to be a tornado warning for Morse. So again, this is going to be a new tornado warning back up here with the storm south of Groover, north of Stinnett. And it's going to be crossing over Highway 207 and 135. It's going to be a very small tornado warning. But again, if you are near Morse Junction, southwest of McKibben, well south of Groover, this is going to be about 12 miles south of Groover, 20 miles north of Stinnett, about 3 miles north of Morse, the potential for a developing tornado with this thunderstorm as it moves to the southeast. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. I'll take you back to the far more identifiable how hard it's raining mode. And again, this storm is moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Those of you in far southern portions of Hansford County and northern Hutchinson County in the northern Texas Panhandle, please enact your tornado safety precautions. Best place to be, storm cellar, a storm shelter, underground basement if you got one. Otherwise, that's okay. Just head to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy, site-built structure. We want you to be in a safe place with that. And this storm's moving southeast. This is going to remain near Morse and Morse Junction. This thing's only moving about 20 miles an hour. It's going to make it into northern Hutchinson County, fairly rural area except for Morse and Morse Junction here on the Hansford-Hutchinson County line. Otherwise, we've got this storm that is coming up towards Highway, 70? That is going to be a hailer. That's moving towards the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport, with the potential for golf ball size hail. Storm near Miami. Now, the good news is it looks like we've had a cycle occur. This thing's undergone a cyclic process where the old tornado very near Miami has probably dissipated or is dissipating now. A new tornado is going to start developing pretty quick here, I think, southeast of Miami by about 3 miles. That is going to continue moving southeast and be a direct threat probably to Mobidi and Wheeler here in the next hour. So, Mobidi and Wheeler, you are under the threat of this storm that could have an additional tornado as it continues moving to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. All right, caffeine. And we're going to be here with you until it's over. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's 10 p.m. Or it's not 10 p.m., it's almost 10 p.m. It's 9:52 p.m. here on Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025. We are monitoring a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near or just southeast of Miami on Highway 60 in the Panhandle of Texas. We've got a hailer over Canadian. We've got hail on Highway 60 west of 83. This storm moving southeast is capable of producing tornadoes, big hail, strong winds, as it continues moving southeast towards northern Wheeler County. Mobiti, and Wheeler, Briscoe, you're under threat of this storm as it moves southeast. Second storm capable of producing a tornado is near Morse and Morse Junction, moving southeast. Those of you in Morse and Morse Junction, need to be in a safe place as this storm moves east. Mobiti, thank you. All right, so Morse, Mobiti, or excuse me, Morse and Morse Junction be in a safe place. That storm's moving southeast. Second storm capable of producing a tornado is now probably 3 miles southeast of Miami, moving southeast towards northern Wheeler County. And those wondering what's going on statewide, storms are not going to make it to Dallas tonight. These storms in West Texas are already weakening. We do not expect a cluster to move across the Permian Basin, the Big Country, North Texas, Texoma, Northwest Texas tonight. What we are going to have to watch for are these storms up in eastern Colorado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hemphill, Roberts, and Wheeler County in Texas.
We're going to be watching for storms in eastern Colorado and western Kansas. These up from near Lamar, Colorado, up into Kansas. It looks like we're probably going to have storms coming in from there. Tomorrow morning, they're going to move through Oklahoma and may make it into northwest Texas and Texoma late tomorrow morning. But we don't think you're going to be waking up to storms at 7 a.m. For once, I know. We've said that before this week, and it's kind of bitten us in the behind. But the good news is, hopefully this time it actually won't happen. In fact, I'm looking at data right now just to make sure. I won't show y'all on screen here, but this storm near Post is actually a little better organized again. It's kind of regained some of its cellular structure. It doesn't really have much in the way of strong rotation right now, but you can see it has consolidated. Bit of a hail core again, now in far northeastern Garza County, moving southeast at a whole 2 miles an hour. But the good news is hopefully that storm will continue to weaken. We're going to watch it carefully, though. The same cannot be said for storms in the Panhandle. Looking at this, looks like we could have some showers and storms in the eastern Panhandle tomorrow morning after maybe 4 a.m. Those storms moving across western central Oklahoma could approach and cross the Red River at about 10 to 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Wichita Falls over towards Gainesville, Sherman. Not looking like they're going to be severe at this point, and hopefully they'll be weakening, but they may make it down to Highway 380 by lunchtime in North Texas, so that'll be something we watch. And the model is not ambitious with those storms' intensities, but, well, we'll see. Okay, so let's go back. Again, Storm 1, possible tornado southeast of Miami moving towards northern Wheeler County. It looks like the Weather Service is going to let the tornado warning expire for now, which, that's probably okay, given the velocities have weakened considerably southeast Miami. So Miami, if you're in Miami, you're clear. Miami, you're clear. Possible tornado would be southeast of town. Highway 60, it's still raining. There's probably flooding on Highway 60 around Miami, west of 83. And there's another storm with hail coming. But if you're not worried about that, the tornado threat there has really come down. Back here near Morse and Morse Junction, this storm is being ambitious with the potential of heavy rain, some hail. Moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. It's going to be crossing Highway 207 south of Spearman. The potential for baseball-sized hail, damaging winds, and the potential of a tornado. So the good news is, folks asking about other parts of the state of Texas, if we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. We're going to go ahead and take a statewide view, and I'll just show you what's going on right now. Storms in East Texas and Southeast Texas have weakened considerably. No more severe weather with that. In fact, they're gone, almost. Let me turn some of these cities off. Up here in West Texas, you can see storms are still present, but they're starting to weaken. Storms in the Permian Basin. Actually, I'll give credit to the storm near Sanderson. I said it was going to weaken and dissipate. It's actually about to move into Sanderson with hail. It actually managed to re-intensify. So Sanderson, heads up. You've got a storm with the potential of hail. Baseballs, apparently. Okay. Well, that's kind of annoying. So Sanderson, heads up. Apparently, storm coming towards you is intensified and could have baseball-size hail. It's probably going to be in town. Let's see what the Weather Service is saying. Well, it's heading that way, but it's still a bit out. But heads up. Sanderson, you could have baseball-sized hail soon with strong winds over 70 miles an hour. This thing's about to cross Highway 285 near Sanderson. Back north, we've got storms decreasing in numbers across West Texas, but we still have this storm in northeastern parts of Garza County. And thank you, Humi, for that generous Super Chat donation. We really appreciate it. And those of you up in eastern Garza County, we're watching a thunderstorm. I mean, this thing at this point, good news is the rotation's weakening. It's about 15 miles northeast of Post. It still has the potential for some really big hail, though. Hail core is actually re-intensifying on this storm, so we're going to have to watch it carefully, but it's almost stationary. Post, you're clear. This storm's not moving towards you at all. Rawls, you've got some storms around you with some small hail, flash flooding. Otherwise, we've got a trio of supercells in the northeastern panhandle. One north of Stinnett. Second, southeast of Miami, moving into Wheeler County. All these storms, we've got four actually, one now just east of Canadian. Golf ball to baseball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and the potential for very strong winds. Otherwise, we've got storms in northwestern Oklahoma. And we're about to get a warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell County in Texas.
Oh, you can't even see it, but yeah, I've got a big water bottle here. All right. So again, we are monitoring these storms. And while I have folks here watching, and since I did a shout out, thank you, RM, for the super chat. That was very generous of you, chat. Hey, you know what? Want to thank you all as well for joining us this evening. Something everyone can do that can help us greatly, and it's completely free. Hit the like button on that video. That helps the algorithms know, hey, we're providing good, useful, life-saving weather coverage here, and we should be showing this to more folks. So thank you kindly for that. So, Miami, you're clear. If you were watching earlier, we had a tornado very near town. In fact, you can go view our Facebook or X and find it. Otherwise, folks asking about other locations, good news is we just talked about that and where these storms are going to be tonight. Chat room, if you can help us out here, folks are coming and going every 10 seconds. If someone asks a question we answered recently, kindly answer them for us with the information we provided. That would help us out greatly. So, as these storms in the panhandle keep moving southeast, golf ball to baseball size hail, the potential for, in some cases, a tornado. The tornado warning for southeastern portions of Roberts County has been allowed to expire. That has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. So that storm is no longer tornadic. There is nothing approaching Benjamin at this time. The only tornado warning, well, we have two. We have one northeastern Garza County for a storm that is sitting about 15 miles northeast of Post. We've got a storm that is south of Spearman, capable of producing a tornado. That one is about to cross over Highway 136, and we're going to take a look at that on the high-res radar here now. It's going to be a tornado warning that does include the community of Morse. And you can see this thing's got a nasty hook to it. Pretty strong velocity signature as well. So if you are in Morse and Morse Junction, we really like you to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you got a basement, a cellar, that is a good thing as well. Just go there. There you go. This storm is well southwest of Spearman. Spearman, you're okay. You're getting some rain, but this is not an issue for you. If you're in Morse Junction, well north of Stinnett, this is an issue for you in northern Hutchinson County. This storm is about 14 miles north of Stinnett, and it's only moving southeast at maybe 15 miles an hour. Otherwise, we have what was a tornado warning a bit earlier, but the storm has weakened a bit. We've got a storm east of Canadian. That's moving towards portions of eastern Hemphill County. That could ride east on Highway 33 towards Roger Mills County and eventually roll Oklahoma. Otherwise, we have this storm north of Mobeetie. That was tornadic, but now it's just a real spooky hailmaker. And that's moving southeast towards Mobeetie, Gageby, and eventually Wheeler. That storm could have tennis ball to baseball size hail. Good news is all these storms are well northeast of Pampa, moving nowhere near Pampa at this point. So Pampa border, you're fine. And with that, we are doing better for now. But again, Morse, you need to be in a safe place. Northern portions of Hutchinson County, you need to be ready to move to a safe place. We'll go back down to this storm in West Texas. And I got to reset the radar real quick, actually. There's going to be a tornado warning for eastern Garza County, east of Post. This storm is going to remain well east of Post and no threat to the city of Post. Thank you, Scott Gellock, for your generous donation. We appreciate it. By the way, for those of you wanting to pick up any Texas Storm Chasers merch or, donate a buck or two for a cup of coffee, you can do so. TexasStormChasers.store in your web browser, and that'll take you to the Texas Storm Chasers store where you can do all that. We have some pretty awesome gear in there. We're going to be dropping more over the coming weeks. But again, this storm in northeastern Garza County really weakening now. It still has hail, mind you, but the threat of a tornado really seems to be decreasing. This thing is quite a bit smaller and weaker. So hopefully we're going to see it weaken and eventually dissipate over the next hour by 11 p.m. Down here in the Permian Basin, we've got a severe storm coming up towards Sanderson. This thing actually could have a pretty good amount of hail with it. This is moving southeast towards Sanderson. The potential for ping pong to tennis ball size hail and wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and take a statewide view. And we're going to take a look at what we expect overnight going into Friday. We're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model to do that. So what I want to do first, though, is we're going to take a look at what this model shows at 11 p.m. Actually, let's do now, 10 p.m. This just shows us how well the model's doing. It's not doing bad. It's not going to be perfect, but it at least give us an idea of what we can expect going into early tomorrow afternoon. So I'm going to load the animation. I'm going to let it play, and then we'll take a look at the timing elements of what we expect. You can see this model thinks we're going to be done with storms by 1 a.m. in Texas. So that is good. As you can see, we might have a cluster of showers approach northwest Texas, Texoma, and the eastern panhandle. Eastern panhandle tomorrow morning, and then maybe Texoma, northwest Texas, and north Texas early tomorrow afternoon. Notice it doesn't seem to think those showers are going to be strong.
A new severe
in
thunderstorm
Texoma.
warning has been issued for Hansford and Hutchinson County in Texas.
Or North Texas, but there may be some storms in the eastern panhandle before sunrise again tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you can see this model does move any storms in the panhandle into western Oklahoma generally by midnight to 1 a.m. or weakens them. So that's the good news there. Storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas, they're gone. And as you can see, it just doesn't look like we're going to have a big complex of storms moving across Texas overnight into tomorrow morning, which is nice. I don't like waking up and seeing tornado warnings east of Wichita Falls at 5 in the morning, like this morning. That wasn't nice. But the good news is, those of you in the panhandle, well, once we're done with this round here in the next 2 hours, hopefully we'll be in better shape. But it looks like we're going to have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Garza and Kent County in Texas.
All right, so the Weather Service in Lubbock has elected to put a new tornado warning on this storm in Kent and Garza County. This is going to be east of Post, and this is, for all intents and purposes, almost a stationary thunderstorm now on the Kent-Garza County line. What we're going to do is make sure we've got as many locations on here as possible. You can see this is a very small tornado warning. It does not include places like Claremont. It doesn't include Jayden. It doesn't include Post. It includes no cities in Garza or Kent counties. It includes, we're about to have another tornado warning, so when that goes off, I'll let it play. Then we'll finish with this storm and go back up into the panhandle. But Garza and Kent counties.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford and Hutchinson County in Texas.
A tornado warning until 10:45 p.m. for northeastern Garza and far northwestern Kent counties. This thunderstorm could have maybe golf ball sized hail, heavy rain, strong winds, but again, a tornado warning also possible with this storm. Heading off to the north. Weather Service has put a new tornado warning out for this storm near Morse and Morse Junction. Again, it is moving very slowly. Maybe, well, they say 20 miles an hour. It seems like it's slower, but it is what it is. This is going to be a tornado warning that includes places like Morse and Morse Junction. This technically includes Highway 207 as well. This is not an issue for the city of Stinnett. And is not a issue for Spearman. This storm is over rural portions of northern Hutchinson County and far southern Hansford County in the northern panhandle of Texas. You can see the which way the wind's blowing mode, even in the box of red doom. You can see, yeah, there's some rotation, but it's not as clear-cut as it could be. Maybe there's a chance this storm is what we call elevated. Maybe it has managed to decouple from the boundary layer, and if it has, that would help reduce the threat of a tornado, but still plenty of hail and strong winds. That being said, a tornado warning does remain in effect for those of you around Morse, Highway 136, and Highway 207, Morse Junction, well north of Stinnett, and southwest of Spearman. This possible tornado is about 13 to 14 miles north of Stinnett, or about 20 miles southwest of Spearman. Pretty good hail core with this storm, though, too. That's for sure. Back into northeastern portions of the Panhandle, a storm moving down towards Wheeler County. This storm, luckily, has not gone tornadic again. The rotation's pretty much gone, but it definitely has hail. So those of you on Highway 83, south of Highway 60, down to north of Wheeler, expect hail. Could be some pretty large hail with this storm as well. Could be tennis ball size hail with this thunderstorm as it moves southeast at about 20 miles per hour. We've got a storm east of Canadian with heavy rain, maybe some hail. And then for what it's worth, up in northwest Oklahoma, for those of you watching out there, I'll just switch to the advanced radar real quick, show you. We've got a storm that could be producing a tornado approaching Sharon, Oklahoma, south of Woodward, Oklahoma. And then we've got a gnarly complex of storms moving from Cleo Springs to Fairview, Lawndale. That Woodward storm's weakening quite a bit, it looks like, but there might also be some radar beam obstructions there. Nasty storm approaching Fairview, Oklahoma with large hail damaging winds. Those are moving southeast. Otherwise, we have a tornado warning for far northeastern Garza County and far northwestern Kent County with this almost stationary thunderstorm. The good news is, again, I'm hoping it will continue to slowly weaken over the next while. The bad news is I think we're going to be doing this again tomorrow in parts of West Texas, except this time from maybe Amarillo and Lubbock west instead of east today. So we're probably going to be doing this again tomorrow. For those of you asking what your local weather forecast is, the good news is you can get that. Just download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can get your forecast. We actually use forecast data directly from the National Weather Service in the app. So those 7-day forecasts you get, those come straight from the National Weather Service products. You can use that data. And you can also track storms no matter where you are in the country. Same for the weather forecast. You can watch our live storm chasing coverage, our live weather radar streams, and stay up to date with us. So again, we've got a severe storm north of Mobiti, north of Mobiti, northwest of Wheeler, moving southeast. Those storms have hail. We've got storms between Stinnett and Spearman. That's going to cross Highway 207 and Highway 136 over the next 30 minutes. And that's going to continue moving to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Even if we don't have a tornado here, and I'm not sure we necessarily do, we haven't had any ground reports recently, which is good. The potential for tennis ball size hail winds over 60 miles per hour. All right, let's go down into the Sanderson area. We've got a storm coming down 385 into Sanderson. This storm is showing some indications of weakening, but we're also looking very far away from the radar. The potential for the storm to eventually make it to Sanderson if it doesn't dissipate. Right now, the potential for Easter egg size hail, plastic Easter eggs, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those of you in Sanderson, heads up. Otherwise, across the state, we're calming down. We do not expect a cluster of storms to move across Texas tonight. We may have a few storms in the eastern panhandle by 5 a.m., and we may have a line of showers and maybe a few storms approaching northwest Texas and Texoma along the Red River late tomorrow morning. Otherwise, here's the storm near Moore showing a pretty nasty hook echo, but the good news is the velocity data is really not all that impressive in the lower levels. And we're watching these storms north of Mobiti. And it's moving off to the southeast at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. All right, let's take a look. at some data here. All right, so if you're watching us on Facebook, what we're going to do now is we're going to continue our coverage on YouTube. So you can join us for continuing severe weather coverage if you're watching us on Facebook. Head over to TexasStormChasers.com. You can watch the video right there on the homepage. Same thing is if you want to head to YouTube, but you can watch us there. YouTube, we're going to keep on coveraging here in just a moment. All right, so what we're going to do is I am clearly declining here, so I need a modest break to get up and walk around, drink some water. Whoops-a-daisy. So what we're going to do is, first off, I'm going to turn the satellite off. And we're going to take a look at what we've got going on out here in the Panhandle, West Texas. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break. You're going to listen to some music. You're going to get to hear warnings come across in real time. And we'll be back here in 10 minutes, 10:30 p.m. We'll be back here sooner if something happens, but for that, well, just need a quick break. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes with continuing live severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers Weather Center channel.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hutchinson and Roberts County in Texas.
Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 10:31 here on the 24th of April, 2024. We continue to monitor scattered thunderstorms across parts of the northern and eastern Texas panhandles, and a lone severe storm that remains here in parts of West Texas. We do note we have one tornado warning in effect now, and it is for the weakening thunderstorm here northeast of Post. All tornado warnings in the Texas Panhandle have either expired or have been canceled, which is nice. That does not mean the threat of severe storms is over. It just means there's no tornadoes. Hail? Yeah, we still got golf ball to tennis ball size hail with these storms. North of Stinnett, Morse Junction. We've got one now north of Pampa. And we've got a nasty one well south of Canadian. And that one's kind of moving slowly southeast now towards Mobeetie, Gageby, and Wheeler. We'll take a look at all those in a loop here. Again, here you go. You can see these storms here in the Panhandle. Tornado warnings have been allowed to expire or are canceled. We have severe thunderstorm warnings galore, continuing with the potential for, golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Wind gusts over 70 miles an hour, and, the threat of tornadoes isn't exactly gone completely, but it's certainly looking lower, which is nice. Hail and rain is one thing, tornadoes are another. Down here in parts of far eastern Garza County into far western portions of Kent County, Weather Service is elected to keep a tornado warning on this storm for now. Looking at data here, the good news is it continues to slowly weaken. This thunderstorm is, honestly, I think it's probably almost done. You can see it's continuing to shrink, and that's a pretty good indication the cap is coming in and squishing these storms. So here in West Texas, I really do think we're probably going to see most of this activity gone by midnight. We'll see how long they keep that tornado warning for, but maybe a brief tornado possible, but I think the threat is decreasing. Even the threat of hail is decreasing. Up here in the Panhandle, again, these storms are probably going to keep going for a while. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds at times, flooding, and again, the threat of a tornado is not zero, but it remains very low for now. We're going to keep a close eye on these storms, but for now, we've been live now for several hours. I think it's about time we took a break. So, if you're watching us here on YouTube, I do want to thank everyone who's tuned in this afternoon and evening. We may be doing it again tomorrow. The good news is we are going to keep a live stream going all night. The Texas Weather Center live stream. In fact, it's always up. And we're going to send you over to that now. So thank you for watching us this evening. And as always, we appreciate you hitting that like button. We appreciate you subscribing. And we appreciate you tuning in. We'll have a Texas Weather Roundup forecast out probably mid-morning tomorrow. And that'll give you an idea of what we're expecting heading into Friday afternoon and evening, which may involve more severe storms in parts of the Panhandle and West Texas. Until then, and assuming we have no new spooky tornado warnings pop up that we need to deal with, thank you for tuning in this evening, and we appreciate it. Have a good evening, y'all. God bless. We're going to take you over to our constant Texas Weather Center live stream now.